know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees, listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father him the one who protects ya, and the mother she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gat, hey yo nigga, niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking
yes, you
lie.
know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Singles mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists.
Yeah, check 1 2 1 2. Here we go again. It is February 3rd, Tuesday, 08:45 Central European Time. That makes it 02:45 Eastern Standard Time, America, and about 11:45 Pacific Time, between 11 and 12 Pacific Time. Good morning, everyone, and good night, good afternoon, wherever you're from. Yeah, I see your message there. Somebody said I was so tired. Yeah, Rafika. Oh no, I was tired yesterday, man, and I think that kind of messed up my attitude a little. You know, my energy was a little off. I think it's because I needed some rest. You know what I'm saying? And so I actually was going to go live, and I said, you know what, I need to just clear everything out and make sure I get enough rest and stuff before I go live again, because I don't want to be I don't want to be too much. I don't want to be doing too much. You know, I actually said something wrong to JMO, because I got triggered by the term Obama. I thought as soon as I saw somebody write Obama, I was like, let me just get up on their ass now. So JMO, if you hear this cast, excuse me, and anybody else that I maybe came out at wrong, you know, but to be honest, my energy was a little low after seeing some of the images. This is a lot of bad things to review, especially these Epstein files and the implications of them. It takes a minute to digest them, but you know, when they all spell bad news, it's hard. It's actually hard, you know, and I feel for people in the USA, because people don't have a lot of good news. You know what I'm saying? People don't have a lot of positive options, you know, sadly, and so therefore I want to apologize, because I don't want to make things worse. You know what I mean? That's not the point of what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to make people feel helpless or like that, you know, or like things are permanently doomed or anything like that. I don't want to make people feel that way. I actually want people to feel hopeful, but demand change, and demand change in the right way. You know, this polarized politic, or I don't even say it's polarized. I think it's the right wing politic. There's something they don't understand, and that is how to be humane about stuff, and also how to be respectful of the process, the democratic process. You know, I think that's a big problem in the right wing. You know, they made a big issue out of how Joe Biden dealt with a problem, and they wanted Joe Biden without participating in the process. They wanted Joe Biden to do what they wanted him to do. And if you want the borders to be closed, God damn it, vote on it. Vote to close the borders, God damn it. Tell your senators and your congressional members to pass a law and close the goddamn border. If that's what you want, participate. But see, Joe Biden, he wanted to do what the voters wanted and what the congressional members wanted to vote on. And they had a bipartisan plan in play, and Trump told them to not pass it. Border immigration reform, that's what he had. So, you know, so what they do is, when Joe Biden, through the executive branch, had compassion because Congress would not move, because the Senate would not move on legislation. He had compassion, so he gave people temporary status. And it was designed to give people who weren't axe muggers, axe thieves, rapists, and all of that shit, people who just wanted to have a life and could stay out of crime. That's not an easy process. If you get caught in a crime, these kind of things. But really what they tried to do was weaponize something against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And the point is that, no, man, why don't you all vote on something? Why don't you vote on these things? And when you don't win a vote, you have to continue to advocate, but you can't, you should never lose the fact of how to be humane when you do get power. And Trump lost sight of how to be humane. You can still get rid of illegal immigrants, quote unquote, or immigrants with temporary status through a humane process. You can still do it in a humane way. And what people are talking about today is that not only are you not going about it in a humane way, but you're trying to disturb everyday life by how you go about something with really no idea of what you're doing. No respect for the communities that people live in, and I think that's the overall issue. People in the United States of America should expect things to be done in a humane way. In a comprehensive but humane way. And this president is just not doing that, and I think, to try to blame the situation on Joe Biden is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Whether I'm talking about in terms of immigration reform, because look, in politics and when you're dealing with partisan politics, a partisan politic would be, I didn't like what you did in one aspect of life, so now I don't like you in all aspects. I blame you for everything now. And that's what they encourage MAGA to do, which is really ridiculous and childish, because nobody's perfect in all aspects of their politics. And in politics, there may be some things that you actually agree with from one politician, and there may be things that you don't. But you don't lie about it. You don't pretend that it's not always part of politics. It's always part of politics. There can be no politician you agree with 100%. There's many you might agree with only 90%. There's many you might only agree with 80%. Tough luck, man. You got another election to participate in. You got congressional members to talk to about that shit. Get busy. Play a role, But to do it in the way that they're doing it, is just wrong. It's just wrong. It's showing not only is it not showing a respect for, any immigration reform, but it's also just showing no respect for American citizens, period, and it's to use our name that way and to treat people this way is foul. It's foul, Now, I'm just going to say that it's going to be midterm elections. And people aren't going to like everything that comes out of the midterm elections. What's up, Dennis? People aren't going to like every single thing that comes out of any election. But you still need to play a part in it. You still got to be able to wake up tomorrow and talk in a reasonable way about what it is you don't like, and participate in doing something about it together with everyone else in a way that brings us together, not always rips us apart, and I think that's the main difference. Who's trying to rip everybody apart and who's trying to bring people together? And whether you're dealing with illegal immigration or any damn policy, it should always be about bringing Americans together instead of ripping Americans apart. And it is just ridiculous that we have to go through this. Now, the Epstein files is a whole nother heaping thing. I mean, it's a very revealing thing. By the way, Joe Biden isn't in them yet. Nobody's revealed Joe Biden's name. So all of you people that were so partisan against Joe Biden, did he do that right? All those people that were so partisan against Kamala Harris, did they at least get that part right? Could they keep their pants up and on while everybody else pulled their pants down to little kids? I mean, do you give them credit for that? Do you give Obama credit for that he didn't have his dick all out in the Epstein files? Do you at least give him credit for that? Or are you going to continue to try to disgrace his marriage and pretend like the man is not an honorable dude? Are you going to continue to play that game? You see, it's okay to give credit to people where they deserve it, where it's there, obviously. Okay, so since we talking about the Epstein files, let's first make sure everybody says it. Obama is not in them. Just put it in the chat, unless you want to continue the cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kamala is not in there, and we could play this blame game too. Yeah. Hey, guess what? How come they didn't release him? How come they didn't release him all that time? Yeah. Well, how come the Republicans ain't releasing Obama's name in the Epstein files? If they had it, they would have done it, right? Isn't that the game that they played about Biden? They played this game. How come he didn't release him? How come he sat on them records? Yeah, well, there's a lot of reasons maybe why they didn't release it. Maybe they're investigating it. Duh. Maybe they're investigating it. Duh. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in the Epstein files either. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in the Epstein files. Give me credit. Listen to me, goddammit. Why? Listen to what I'm saying. Consider what I'm saying, because I'm not in the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. MAGA people be like, I hate Obamacare, but the Affordable Care Act is okay. Exactly. They want the cake and eat it too. They want to call it Obamacare and shit. They want to make up a whole new name. This shows you the fantasy world they want to live in. It's like they want to be against something that doesn't even fucking exist, that the guy never even made or played a role in making and shit. It's the Republicans that made Obamacare. You know what I'm saying? If you got Obamacare, blame the Republicans, because everybody else got the Affordable Health Care Act. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? How'd you get Obamacare? You know what I'm saying? Where, but there it is again. So, if you can't, here we go. Let's see here. I see we got some, Mr. Bullball, you want to make a complete statement? So people can know what you're talking about? Make a complete statement of dissent so I can understand you. What state are you in, and do you have health care? Okay, there you go. So why you here? If I'm full of BS, why you here then, baby? Come on now. What does that make you? That makes you somebody that uses all your attention in areas where people you think are full of BS. Okay, I don't do that. So I'm not coming to your page. I just blocked you. Okay, so I won't be there. But in any case, we got the troll MAGA supporters, the Russian Putin supporters, and whoever else wants to divide Americans and divide NATO. We have all their supporters that come here through the troll mechanisms and, basically make up lies. But the truth is, Mr. Bullball, Obama's not in the Epstein files. The truth is, Kamala's not in the Epstein files. They haven't released her name yet. Maybe Trump's keeping that a secret. The truth is, Biden's not there. Maybe he's keeping it a secret. And the truth is, Trump is there. And Trump was the one that they elected to release the Epstein files. I mean, if that doesn't make it any, if that don't make it so any more obvious of how off these people are in their politics, they literally voted for Trump because they wanted Trump to release the Epstein files. They thought Trump was the hero. They thought Trump was the one working with the government to expose everybody. That's what they thought. And it's just sad because no, he's actually one, when he's mentioned in the Epstein files, he's not mentioned as trying to help the government. He's mentioned that as raping little girls. And that's what he's mentioned as. That's crazy, And yeah, and what's crazy, exactly, what's funny is both Donald and Melania are in the files. His damn wife is in the files. His damn wife is reported to be the girlfriend of Epstein. How you going to be the best friend of Epstein and your wife is the girlfriend of Epstein and you not in trouble? Yeah, this is some fucking names, Mr. Bullball. You know what I'm saying? Like, good grief, And that's another thing. They just have these this weird shit going on with them. But let me see here. What did Dennis say? Trump used to rape children. Yeah, that's what they say in the files. He used to rate. See, that's why you got to take a break from this shit, because it's disgusting stuff, man. They say Trump used to rate children on tightness. You know? It's like, it's serious, man. It's disgusting. But this is who MAGA wanted to clean up. This is who they wanted. They're going to have to deal with that. You know, it's one thing to be fooled, because there was a lot of disinformation out there. Listen, to you MAGA people that are Americans, because a lot of MAGA people ain't even Americans, you know. And I'm not talking to the fake Americans, the fake trolls on the internet pretending to be Americans. I'm talking about the ones that really are American citizens and really did vote for Trump, thinking that he would help clean up this dynamic. You know, this is it's one thing to be fooled by disinformation, but it's another thing to not admit it and fix the problem, you know, so it doesn't happen again, because life is too short. The taxpayers pay for every mistake that this fool makes. It's us that pay for it. He's not even going to pay for it. His family's not even going to pay for it. Nothing. It's us that have to pay to clean the mess up. And you know what that means, right? That means services are going to be cut. That means taxes are going to, a lot of different things. There's going to be less money to help spawn business across small businesses. There's going to be less services to help, merge the gap between, the rich and the poor. There's going to be less money for education, less money for housing, less money for, social, health care, even though it needs total reform. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, Dino said Q was inside the house the whole time. Yeah, Q was inside of the house the whole time. Individuals that wear masks that they don't even know, just all up got internet disinformation guiding the whole political movement. You see what I mean? Like, come on, y'all. Come on. You got to be smarter than that. You got to pay close attention to that. You have to care, that you have to want and demand that that there are other Americans that show and prove that at least they're real Americans, and show and prove that at least they have some kind of grassroots experience and caring about other Americans. Those are the ones you're supposed to lean on. You're not supposed to lean on just internet, sensations that just appear and think that because they're saying something, that it's going to be real. And a lot of this shit is directed by foreign agents. Look, there's a troubling trend there in the U.S. and that's still going on, because I talk to people on social media a lot that are concerned about Palestine, that are concerned about colonialization, that are concerned about the Western presence in the world, neo-colonialism, all these topics, right? And the people I'm talking about are people that have a lot of influence and have big followings, right? But a lot of them got played this time around. A lot of them were dealing with Russian agents that were helping them get money, and they were also funding their very opposition at the same time on the ground in the United States of America. How do you do that? How do you accept money, you know what I'm saying, from agents, Russian agents that are funding people, other programs that want you dead? You know what I'm saying? In the same country. And people got to stop doing that. That shit is just ridiculous. Take responsibility for what you did. Adjust how you do things and take responsibility. The stakes are high. The stakes were high last year. The stakes now are higher than they've ever been in your life. You know what I'm saying? And the people that I'm talking about are people that have been a part of movements for a long time. I'm not saying all of them, but a couple played themselves like flat out. And it's sad, look at the situation in Palestine. People thought that people didn't trust Kamala Harris, and I think a lot got played out with the politics in terms of the U.S.'s role and presence around the world. Sure. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people agree that Israel does not, necessarily operate in the best interest of the future, and has some problematic behavior, right? But the U.S. supports a lot of countries around the world, right? It doesn't just pack up and abandon people like that either, right? Now, the issue of whether they exerted enough influence over Israel, I agree. We didn't exert enough influence over Israel, period. We didn't exert enough. But it makes it a little complicated when you have adversaries like Putin weaponizing people to commit attacks. That makes it hard to do. You see what I mean? And then you have to wonder, does anybody want peace for Palestinians? You have to wonder, is it that people want peace for Palestine, the opposition, or is it that they want to actually exert control over the region themselves? And I think Palestine has got caught in the middle of that, unfairly and unjustly, But when you look at a lot of the proponents, you said people knew things were at stake. And Kamala Harris, people said that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden didn't do enough to exert force. People in the Democratic Party, there was a split in the Democrats, and a lot of Democrats said, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't do enough. Some Democrats said, yeah, they didn't do enough, but I believe Kamala will do more to resolve that issue. So people said, okay, I will support Kamala. Then the other part said, you know what? No, we ain't supporting Kamala at all. And many supported Trump. And Trump is in power right now. Did it get better? I'm going to tell you, I know it didn't get better. And I'm going to tell you, Kamala Harris likely wanted it to be better for a lot of different reasons. But we know it didn't get better with Trump. But we have other evidence, because even after Trump was elected, Trump wanted to come with his own peace plan. And Hamas said, yo, man, we like the Biden-Harris peace plan. We want to continue with that. That one is working. And Trump said, no. So there's a lot more to be discovered and a lot of detail in that. And, it doesn't seem like that situation is a situation that is going to get resolved under Trump. So I hope in these midterms, I really, really hope that people, when they vote, that they consider some of the things they didn't consider in the last election. You see what I mean? Like, understand that there's some things that can happen and some things that aren't going to happen, and be realistic about it. Be realistic about it. Yeah, Trump is safe. No Epstein. Yeah. Who is this anyway? But having said that, let me see. Let me look in the chat real quick before we go on. Andrew Wilson, Tim Pool, Dave Smith, all got duped. Yo, man. Yeah, you're right about that one, dude. They're like out there. It's so many people that got duped. The people that played themselves were Hispanic Cubans. Yeah, and this is the same dynamic. Hispanics, Cubans, they voted for Trump. It's like, if you wanted, listen, let's just make it in simple terms. If you wanted things better for Palestine, I would have definitely voted for Kamala Harris, not Trump. Trump is an elitist, crazy psychopath who hates Jews and Muslims. You have to know things weren't going to get better. You just have to know that. Now, I don't know if people consider things better right now in Israel, but I would argue that what they have done is set up some very bad acts in the future, because the world does not like genocide. You know what I'm saying? And they don't like the appearance of it. They don't like it lasting over long periods of time. And right now, Netanyahu is sitting around talking with Trump, who wants to have a resort. And it's the same thing. So we saw some Palestinian Americans vote for Trump out of frustration. Then we saw Hispanics, Cubans voting for Trump. There was a very strange split. And I think the internet had a lot to do with it. imagine Kamala as president. Yeah, man. I think. Well, I put it to you this way. There's, let's just be honest. The Western world has some competition, and that competition is China and Russia. Let's just be honest about it. And China and Russia's face is going to appear not with their face. It's going to appear with other things on top of it, and it's going to look like different conflicts around the world. It's going to look like different. It's going to sound different, but it's going to be them. And that's what people have to get used to understanding. You know what I mean? And so in this conflict, there's two dynamics. The Western world engages or the Western world retreats. And you pretty much know that the Western world's not going to retreat. So the question is, how is it going to engage? And I like the way the EU is engaging with trade. I like that. I like how they're doing that. And, and I like how, that's turning out. I don't like how the U.S. is engaging. The U.S. is almost not engaging at all. India is new, up and coming. Yeah. But look, India signed this deal with the EU. India doesn't want to be isolated. It doesn't like China. India's got China on its front doorstep, pretty much. You know what I mean? India wants to be a player, and this goes back. People got to go back into. Let me just pull up the map, well, because I can see where this is going. Let me pull up the map here. I mean, India, right? A lot of what's going on Earth is not necessarily who. It's not always who. It's proximity, and it's numbers, and it's math. You know what I mean? And because you got geography, then you got numbers of people, and then you have economy. And a lot of times, because of the history of the world, let's take Russia in the Western world. They are adversaries because of an old history, because of history, right? A history that played out. Right? Russia doesn't like how things turned out for itself. I mean, Putin doesn't. I mean, if you look back in terms of the idea that Russia was once a colonial empire, right? They don't like the fact that they didn't necessarily emerge, as like they would like to be a superpower, but Western countries emerged. They don't like that, but that's just about how you do things too, and in the Cold War, this whole thing about splitting up exerting yourself over the world, selling weapons and things like that. That's what the Cold War was, selling weapons, supporting different groups so you could get resources on the ground. So the West was sending out weapons. Russia was sending out weapons. Maybe some others were doing that. But nonetheless, someone ran out of money. Somebody ran out of, weapons to send. You see what I mean? And the Cold War crumbled in on Russia. They overexerted themselves. Proximity. Russia's here. Russia's always had this issue. Even as a colonial nation, they've been more successful at colonizing those around them than halfway around the world because of proximity, pretty much. So there is this dynamic at play. Then there's the dynamic of China is emerging. U.S. in World War II, they basically bombed the hell out of Japan. Japan was invading and considered China an enemy. The U.S. negotiated, bombed Japan and went in and made trade deals with China. You see what I mean? So things change over history. Things change over time, right? People make, politics change. People change. And views change, right? Same dynamic in the Middle East. People will choose the United States or they will choose a Western power because they have a conflict with a neighbor that they don't like, or they have historical issues with people in the region that they don't like. So this is what is behind all of these conflicts, and it's just something to pay attention to. Look, Greenland is a territory of Denmark. You know, Norwegians, Danish Norwegians, or you could say Norwegians, went to Greenland some time ago, right? 1,000 years ago, a long fucking time ago, and started they didn't do what a lot of people did, which was annihilate the native population. A lot of genocide happened in America. It happened by Western powers. It happened by Eastern powers, Russia and what have you, up in Alaska and things like that, competing colonially. But the Vikings didn't do that. They settled, but they also traded and had some other relationships with Greenlanders. There might have been conflict and things like that, but it just goes to show you that in today's world, where they are today, after they have their independence, it's a part of the Danish kingdom, but they also have self-rule. You can hear them clearly say they like America. They just don't like Trump. They want to remain as part of the Danish kingdom for now. And that's their choice. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what the history is, that's their choice. So, we're going to see some new conflicts come out now, or we're going to see some new dynamics. Maybe not conflicts. They could be trade conflicts. They could be, they could be conflicts in selling weapons, because listen, there's still going to be people out there selling weapons to folks, right? Some people are going to choose to buy weapons from European nations. Some people are going to choose to buy weapons from the U.S. Look, just in Kenya, look at this, just in Kenya just made a deal with Trump. I mean, listen, this is the world we're dealing with. This is the world we're dealing with, where one day people are talking about colonization, and the next day somebody's saying, man, fuck that. We need something. We need some real shit right now. So, and we don't like the options. So we're going to roll with Trump, even though Trump is fucking up half of the world, fucking over Americans. We don't agree with that. They still going to make a deal. You see what I mean? And this is the world we live in. This is the world we live in, So, those that win, that get through this, I think Trump has shaken up the world, but I think the ones that will get through this are the ones that are willing to have peaceful connections in trade rather than adversarial connections, and I think people that get into adversarial things are going to lose with weapons and fighting, and people that are not being so adversarial and just want to trade, just want to have, open exchange of goods and business and things like that are going to benefit right now. So things are changing. And when it comes back to the election of the U.S., these midterms, I really hope that Americans who voted for Trump realize that, because things are changing quickly. Allies that were the U.S. allies because of Trump are no longer allies, and they're making huge deals. Let me see here. Somebody said SF's okay. The Chinese yuan, yen is getting closer to the main global reserve. Yeah, China's achieving its goals. You know what I mean? Economically, and Trump is basically a damn fool. Now I'm not saying this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this because I have something against average Chinese people. I don't have any. When I say China, I mean the government itself. I'm not talking about people. You know what I'm saying? Chinese people are Chinese people that have a great history, and they know that on their own. Japan has a great history. They know that on their own. They have a great culture. Everybody around the world, has great history and culture to be embraced. When I'm talking about the government, I'm not talking about the people. Just like when people talk about the United States, they're not necessarily talking about American people all the time. They're talking about the government and the votes, how people are voting. And so they know that there's different Americans. Some Americans have different ways of seeing things, so they vote one way. Others vote a different way. And right now what you're seeing is how some Americans feel. You're seeing, look, somebody said, okay, well, Salty, you don't have to be here. Why are you here if you're that frustrated, man? Calm down. I don't even think I cursed anybody out yet, but Salty, you didn't see his comment, but Salty got a bunch of curse words and stuff. But see, I'm going to try to lay off of the trolls today Because I could also be triggered and just, and let them know how I really feel. And sometimes I wish I could get them, up close, but that would be also a waste of time because I got better things to do than to be, all caught up with some ignorant people. But in any case, this is the world that we live in. So like you said, the Chinese yen is booming. I don't have anything against Chinese people, but you have to understand China has maneuvered in a way that is benefiting. So obviously they benefited from Trump. Russia Putin definitely benefited from Trump because Trump saved his ass. Like literally, Trump saved Putin's ass because he gave the EU something else to think about. Very simple in terms of military. Trump literally did that. He did it on purpose. He exerted himself into an issue with other NATO nations militarily, and other NATO nations were forced to respond to Trump. You know what I mean? Militarily. You know what I'm saying? And that gave, that's giving Putin a little cover. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's a lot of people in the world that like Putin, but usually those people don't live in Russia. Usually a lot of people do their politic. It's not based on the fact that they have to live under Putin. If you lived under Putin, you probably wouldn't like it. But a lot of people choose it for other reasons because they see Russia as a blockade, being part of a resistance against Western powers. Okay, but it's fair enough to resist things, but what are you resisting overall? Because there's another matter at play. How about voting rights? Do you want to have say in your own country? Because a lot of Russians have no say, zero say in Russia. Is that how you want your country to turn out? You know what I'm saying? Look at the United States. We're dealing with a tyrant who doesn't want the average person to have say, like literally doesn't want the people to rule the country. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're in the midst of right now in the U.S. Dealing with a leader that not only does he have a policy, but his policy is anti-democratic. You know what I'm saying? And Americans don't want that. Americans are saying, fuck that, man. Even if you wanted immigrants out, even if you wanted to do any of the things that you wanted to do, you better not fuck with the electoral system. Even a lot of MAGA people are like, whoa, this dude has gone too far now. You see what I mean? Because the strength of our country is having the right to have different people run things. When one makes a mistake, another is allowed to correct or review what we call a mistake. You're allowed to review things or adjust things, but you're not allowed to fuck with the process. You're not allowed to say, no, you people can't be a part of the process anymore. And that's what's going on in the U.S. They're literally trying to do that, which, who knows how it turns out? I mean, do you want Trump behind a nuclear bomb? Do you want MAGA, able to press the button? What if MAGA turns on Putin? What if MAGA decides they want a war with China? Is that what you want? Because a lot of the rhetoric that comes out of China, out of MAGA is anti-Chinese. Not like literally anti-Chinese. They might agree about you stay out of out of the Americas, we'll control that, and you stay in Asia. But if it comes to a war, they literally hate Chinese people themselves, like hate them. Let me see here. Blaine says, I'm 70 years old and own my own home, so I look forward to Trump passing the bill where I don't have to pay thousands of property taxes. Is he going to do it? Blaine, is he going to do it? Hey, I'm sure there's a lot of people that do. There's a lot of people that got a tax break, Blaine. A lot of people supported Trump because of a tax break. All the billionaires supported Trump because of a tax break. There you have it. But you gotta. My thoughts is that I vote for a lot of different things. I also try to be reasonable. Now to some people there's a tax break, but you always got to balance off. If you have a business or something like that, can your employees afford a place to live? That kind of thing. And for some people, that's relevant too. I think the headset It's okay. Well, if you think it's suffocating my brain, if somebody doesn't like my headset, okay, buddy. Well, then there you have it. No problem. You got the right to think that. There you go. Doesn't want to talk politics out here. Want to talk about looks, and which is a MAGA troll, dynamic going on. Property taxes, state government. I mean, I just think right now people really need to focus on, in the U.S., on democracy. Like, focus on having a vote. Focus on reminding people that this is a democracy. We have a Bill of Rights. And that's how the country functions, and that's how it's been functioning on. And for it to continue to do well and thrive, that has to be respected, But yeah, there's a lot of people that don't get it yet. You know what I'm saying? And they could be trolls. Don't worry about it, because I'm aware of that also. Because look, if the sentiment was the same on the ground, Democrats wouldn't be winning so many elections. Let me see here. Let me go to that also. Let me see. How about that? 2 seconds. Yeah, I see the chat is active right now. And let me see. Here. Have Democrats been winning special elections in 2026 since Trump has taken office? The special elections are about local, and some of them are about congressional, right? We saw that happen, congressional seats. And if Congress, the local government is the local government, that's state. So if you get enough people with a certain kind of mind frame controlling the local parliament, then that means they can push through a lot of agendas that they want, housing, education, childcare, and it's the same on the federal level. If you want some special elections with congressional members or senators, then you have more pull on the congressional level, like up there with Hakeem Jeffries and Maga Mike Johnson, and also the Senate, over on the Senate side, Schumer, and who's the other Republican rep? But in any case, it says right here, let me pull this up so people can see. I mean, this is a Trumpian effect here. Like, what you see happening is after Trump has taken office. So people are responding on the ground differently from what they responded in 2024, 2023. You see? So it says, yes, in 2026 so far, Democrats have had notable success in special elections, including at least one major upset. But it's not a clean sweep, and special elections are limited data, so they don't guarantee a national trend, right? Okay, so the national trend would be special elections with what? Well, no, it would just be national on the state or on the federal. So what actually happened in 2026 so far? Texas, January, February 26, major Democratic wins. Democrat Christian Menifee won a special election for a U.S. House seat in Texas, narrowing Republican slim majority. So that happened on the federal level, right? And Maga Mike Johnson, I don't think if he wants to get through any legislation, meaning laws for Republicans, he can't lose any votes right now. He has to have 100% Republican in the House and the Congress behind him. And he's never had that anyway, regardless of how much of a majority he's had. He's never had that in his caucus. So what that means is that Democrats are growing stronger on the federal level in the House. Democrat Tyler Remmett flipped a Republican-held Texas state Senate seat. So that's on the state level. In a district Donald Trump had won by 17 points in 2024. Those are significant numbers. That says that people in Texas are not liking Trump anymore. They did like him. They're liking him a lot less now. So that's probably going to, change who they elect. The flip is widely seen as a significant part of political signal because it happened in a traditionally conservative area. So traditionally, these people would vote Republican. But since Trump has become president, they're not right now. Not this group. Not in this part of Texas, which was conservative before. Now they're voting Democrat. This is the clearest evidence Democrat momentum since Trump took office. Okay. Other 2026 special elections. That's all this year since Trump has been in office. In Minnesota, a Democrat won a state house seat unopposed. So it doesn't indicate a swing. Okay. Unopposed, but to me it just seems like nobody dared even run under the Republican banner because they knew they would lose. Why would you even waste money, right? It could be that, or it could just be that, yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't know definitely why a Democrat won there. In Connecticut, Democrats won 2 state legislative special elections, right? Both in Democratic leaning states. Okay, so they're leaning Democrat, so they continue to win. So that's the trend is continued for the Democrats. The trend has not continued for Republicans. These wins matter, but don't show a dramatic shift because of the districts were already blue. Okay, so bigger picture beyond just 2026. Analysts and reporting says Democrats have performed strongly in special elections since last year, raising hopes of regaining the House. That's what the hopes of the country lie on. Because the House and the Senate, they're the ones that can impeach Trump. So if you don't like Trump policy, you would want, and you think Trump's policy has been disastrous for the U.S., and you think that all he's concerned about is stealing money and grifting and helping people like Elon Musk, helping people like Putin, helping people like what's his name, Peter Thiel, who's going to collect all your personal data. You know what I mean? And these kind of things, Elon Musk, the things they're doing are very, very dangerous, if not checked, right? If there's no checks and balances, the things they're doing are very, very dangerous. Some earlier special elections, 2025, shows swings towards Democrats through Republicans also won some races. Okay, so Republicans won a few races, but who are they? Are they people Trump likes or... So bottom line, Democrats are outperforming expectations in some special elections, especially the Texas flip. But they are not winning everywhere, and many wins are in safe Democratic states, right? So this is a conservative look at it, right? So, yeah, there it is. I mean, now this is, there will be some that say, that's a Democrat leaning observation, but I wouldn't say that because I've been listening to Democrats talk too, and they've been making it sound like it's going to be a blue wave. So now let me ask the chat a question. And of course, when we look at the chat, we know there's obviously some trolls because it's open right now. Right. But let me ask you a question. Is there a red wave happening? Is Trump holding? Are Republicans doing well right now in terms of the voters? Or put a 1 in the chat if you think Republicans are doing well, if their constituency, if the people that voted for Trump still have the same amount of faith in him. And put a 2 in the chat if you think people are losing faith in Trump, the people that voted for him. Put a 2 in the chat if you think folks are losing faith in Trump. Let me see here. Let me go over to the somebody says stock market. Yo, let me ask you something. Boom Bam Beezy. How much stock do you have? What do you have stock in, Boom Bam Beezy? You said the stock market retirement boarders are all doing well. Let me know what you got stock in. I'm just curious about that because a lot of people, Elon Musk is doing wonderful in stock. Trump is doing great in stock. They're able to buy into the stock market, but I don't think it's all a pretty picture in the stock. American industry, right? It doesn't look like it's doing that great in stock. So, yeah, life is great and work. And yeah, but you didn't answer the question. So let me just go ahead and deal with that. Don't got all day. When you're in an open chat, folks, just answer the question. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Don't waste people's time. You're not here to waste people's time. I can't let you waste people's time. So He said something about stock. I asked him what stock that he has, and then he answered something else that didn't have nothing to do with stock. Just life is great, man. Everything's fine. Okay. Let's see here. The question. Oh no, the question was just to Boom Bamsey, because he said stock market is up in retirement. So and I said, what stock does he own? I asked what stock did he own, and then he said, life is good. So there you have it. You know what I'm saying? We can't have people up here lying to folks over the internet, man. Come on, man. Also, if you don't have a lot of Americans can't really even afford to really make money off the stock market. It takes money to make money, right, off of the stock market. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me see. Real estate. Yeah, I heard that one too. I mean, but they just buying up everything that people, when they're having success, because I think a lot of people are losing their homes, man. That's what I think it is. The dividends are high, bro. I got a friend of mine also told me that too. Like I should invest in their thing because the dividends are high. True. It is, man. Somebody's buying up a lot of folks' homes and property. That's for sure. There's always a balance between the business sector and how civilians, just everyday people, have it. Sometimes business can be doing very, very well while the workers are doing very, very bad. The average American, so there should be a balance there. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be that folks only think about businesses, because of course businesses, right? They can commit genocide, right? Businesses, when they get too powerful, they can abuse people, right? So don't people want checks and balances also? Because obviously everyone in this chat is not doing business like that, right? Not to demean anybody, but obviously that's not the case, right? So don't you want the average person to have a decent life, or are you doing better than most? Turning them into rentals. That's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Big point is, yeah, man, I ain't even fucking with crypto anymore. Crypto has just stood still since Trump came in office, basically. He had some schemes in play, Yeah, Trump doesn't have checks and balances. But look, isn't successful business supposed to be reflected in how well life is for the average American? Isn't, that's my thought, because at the end of the day, they're using our military, they're using our taxes to help their businesses. So it should be some kind of, balance there. Otherwise, I think it's an illusion to think that the goal of government is to purely just look out for the interests of business people. I think it's genocide when you do it that way. Look at what we got. We have issues right now in the U.S. about clean drinking water because of what is this? These AI, engines that have to be built, AI computers that got to be built, and things like this. I mean, who's really advocating for those people? I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, what is it worth? I mean, what are people's lives worth at the end of the day? So, and look, when business controls politics, there's a name for that. Yep, exactly, bro. And it's called capitalism. Well, nah, I don't think it's called capitalism. I don't think it's called capitalism, because there's different forms of capitalism, and there can be checks and balance. I mean, there's capitalism in Denmark, but everybody has health care. There's capitalism in Denmark, but everybody has 5 weeks vacation. There's capitalism in Denmark, but everybody has the right to a higher education. It doesn't cost money here. So there's different kinds of capitalist countries, and, Denmark happens to be a country that has some checks and balances, right? But it's still a booming capitalist country, but they have checks and balances at the same time. So that means, people, the idea of business, the idea of the state is still intact. You know what I'm saying? The idea that government should work for the people is still intact, you see, and business is a part of that. Right. But so So is education. So is healthcare. You know what I mean? So is housing. You know, and visionary. You don't think there should be checks and balances on capitalism? You know, where do you live? What state do you live in? I'm just curious about that. Yeah, I'm just curious about that. But you know, people have their different takes on it. I mean, it's what state do you? Oh, you believe there should be check? Yeah. I mean, but I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, but I'd be careful because you know Americans when you use the word capitalism and socialism, they take it a different way. You know, Americans think that capitalism means no checks and boundaries, and they think socialism means too many checks and balances. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand there's middle ground. There's a middle ground working area too. You know, and when Americans point to places like Canada or Denmark, they call them socialist nations, which they're not. You know what I'm saying? Because the economies aren't based on that. You see what I mean? That's all I'm getting at. But I hear you though, man. Tay-Bond, what's up, man? Yeah, let me see here. What did Eric say? Newmont Mining, America's largest gold producer in Colorado. I mean, I bet you they doing pretty good right now. I mean, gold has gone up under Trump. You know, I've been watching it because I watch it every day. But gold has gone up. It took a little dip this last week, but it's still up 3 times what it was when Trump just came into office. So it went up 4 times, and now it's just 3 times again. So gold is booming, man. Ominous. You've been trying to, yeah, it's good to be ominous, man. It's hard being a podcaster, bro. You know, we don't get breaks. You know what I'm saying? The breaks you have, you know, you have to make your own when you podcasting and shit. Sometimes I don't take enough breaks, man. I got to think about that myself. That's why I'm kind of cooling it down right now and not running with the news, because I feel like people know the news. They're experiencing the news. We know that it's bad. Man, you know, how many times are we going to go over how Alex Pretty got shot and have to listen to trolls pretend like he didn't get shot in the back after they took his gun? I mean, come on. How many times do we got to go through that? And, you know, I don't want to take people through any emotional roller coasters and shit, man. It is what it is. We're going to have to, you know, team up and make changes now. You know what I mean? Because it is what it is. They've done this. The federal government has responded. They don't seem like they're empathetic to communities. They want to have totalitarian, like fascist rule over states. So I think it's been made pretty clear now. When the economy is down, price of gold goes up. Yeah, hell yeah. When the dollar's down, when the U.S. dollar's down, the price of the gold goes up. That's exactly what happened with Trump. Gold went high second half of W. Bush and the first half of Obama. Yeah, it has a lot to do with sentiment too, and what people think the policies are going to be like. You know what I mean? And but with Trump, it was a no-brainer because he just came in with tariffs. He didn't even have policy. He was just like, tariff everybody. I'm going to tariff you. He didn't care who it was. Trump was like, fuck it. I'm going to tariff my main trading partners. I'm going to tariff all my allies, and that's going to hit our economy and make the dollar weak, and that's going to make gold go up. He probably invested a lot in gold right before he did that too. I'm pretty sure he did, because it seems to be, it seems to be his pattern, when it comes to that, insider trading, basically, man. Shaking down companies, he got the best out of Microsoft. He got the best out of all of them. They all had to come and kiss the ring just to stay in business, because he's threatening every place they make their products. And you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a hit, man. First they tell you they not believe exactly. First they tell you to not to believe what you see and hear. That's what they doing, man. And we got to be wiser than that. And that's why I'm being a little cool. I'm going to start laying back off the chat. I'm going to start get some more mods in here and let the mods deal with the trolling instead of myself, because some of this shit I can get triggered by that I have to see, man, and deal with, and also I don't have all the answers too, man. A lot of you all have just as much insight and maybe even more. Just because I'm a good at podcasting and I know how to press buttons doesn't always mean I have the best critique or necessary critique. You see what I mean? And I'm fully aware of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gracious enough to understand that and sensible enough to understand that. I've always been a good number two man. You know what I'm saying? Like good backing up someone else that is strong but has slightly different capabilities. You see what I mean? So I don't always like to play the front. It's not really something I'm natural at, to be honest. Even though that sounds oxymoronic, because you would think if you're into art and things like that that you used to being in the front, and I can be outgoing and things like that, but I also like to be reclusive too. And I'm even better at the reclusive, playing the back, to be honest with you. Let me see. Hey Taylor, where was that gorgeous picture? Okay. Why shouldn't we have tariffs? Let people pay us to buy their product. Well, it's not about if we should have tariffs, and I never said that. I think you misconstrue what people are thinking and what happened. It's not should we have tariffs. We always have tariffs. Tariffs were there before Trump. It's about extremeness, how you yield the sword. It's also the same about should we have business? Yes, we should have business. How extreme should things be? How should we have checks and balances on business? How extreme should the checks and balances be? How loose should they be? You see what I mean? And I think that's really where the issue is. I'll give you an example. A lot of times people say the U.S. is a capitalistic country. Yeah, but the U.S. military is not capitalistic. It's socialized. It's funded by taxpayers. You see what I mean? So why don't you believe in education being funded by taxpayers? Why don't you believe in, healthcare being funded by taxpayers if you believe the military should be? You see what I mean, Truth? You see what I'm getting at? You see where I'm getting at? Like, so we need to understand that there's nobody out there. Biden had tariffs. Obama had tariffs. Every American president has had tariffs, but they didn't do it the way Trump did it, and because there's other people to think about, there's consequences to think about. What we just did was sink our dollar and alienate our working partners in working relationships. And that shouldn't be the goal of tariffs. The goal of tariffs is to continue to provide jobs, to provide industry. I mean, that affected industry, man. You really think it's cheaper? You really think you're gonna be the one making all your shoes? You think Americans make shoes well? Do we want to make shoes? Is that what we should want to do? Want to make tennis shoes? I mean, we can. Sure, we could be great at it. But is that what you want? Is that where the money is? No matter what you make, you need to be able to sell it beyond your borders too, to really make it a money maker, right? So is that what we're doing right now? So a lot of American industry has suffered because of tariffs that we put on them. They're not booming because they can't afford to make their products cheap enough. So they can't sell it to somebody else. China's booming because it's got little tariffs. People not, so their cars cost cheaper, for example. Yeah, ask Nike. I mean, shit. I don't think Americans want to be working in the factory sitting down at a sewing machine. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think it is. And the other alternative is let a machine do it. But then who's going to give these American jobs if the machine's doing everything? So, there's a balance. You got to have some know-how. You got to know how things are working right now to be able to help people. You can't just make assumptions, and just say, I know better. I don't need to listen to any experts. I think that's what Trump pretty much did. Although he listened to some experts, but I think they're just scammers, man. Look, if you get power, I'll give you an example. The easiest way I could make money, right? If I already had $1 billion, the easiest way I could make money is insider trading. If I became the president, it didn't matter how everyone else is affected wouldn't matter as long as I'm still making money. So if I knew that I was going to put up a bunch of tariffs, I know that the dollar is going to drive the dollar down. So that would mean I could also buy a lot of gold before I enacted those tariffs, because I would make 3 times more. So if I had $1 billion that I put into gold and then I enacted tariffs, right now I would have 3 billion. That's an easy way to do it. I would be a very successful businessman. The people in the business community would praise me. Other people would say, damn, he's smart. But I would also be a sociopath, because I would be watching the devastation of so many homes, so many lives across America. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but I'd be a brilliant businessman. You know? Hey, you got to break some eggs to make money, right? Why not break some American eggs, right? That's how some people see it, man. And I think I would encourage young people to understand your life is on the chopping block when people get power like that. You know? Yeah. Like, less young people are buying homes. Why are less younger people buying homes? Why is that? You know, what is that the goal? For you to not be able to, young people to not be able to afford a home? Is that the goal? I mean, and it's not just 1 or 2. It's like a huge part, you know, it's masses. I mean, at some point they're going to own, the rich people are going to own all the homes, and you're still going to have to build more homes, because the rich people just going to sit back and let them be empty. You remember those days? The empty home days? Yeah. A lot of people owning homes and they just not doing nothing with them. And people can't afford them. Then the government got to come in and supply some new homes. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Less people are getting married and having children. Yeah. And they talking about you replacing us. You're replacing us. It's like, well, if you let Americans have babies that they and have it be an affordable environment they're having babies in, maybe we would have more American babies. You know what I'm saying? If you let those American babies have access to education, maybe you would have more American engineers and more Americans educated in business and in institutions, you know, different aspects of the economy, you know, but of business or whatever, or even government. But nah, that's not what they're doing. You know, I agree 100% with that. Tay, you know, how do they expect people to have children if we have to rent an apartment and have a child that's crazy? Yeah. Damn, you speaking facts. Let me go here for 1 second and see who this is. You speaking facts. You must have some brains. Yeah, I might have to you know what? Maybe I should do some call-ins, yo. Maybe I should do some call-ins, actually. Let me see here. I think I'm going to do some call-ins pretty soon. Nah, I'm going to do the news, but I think I need to do the call-ins again. So, you know what? What people should do, if you don't mind, is when you go to this. If you want to, if anybody ever wants to come up, right? You have to go to this place on Facebook. Go to Facebook right there. Right? I think it's facebook.com. Right? And leave me a message. Right? And leave me a message on there, you know, and then I know how to contact you on Facebook. You see what I mean? Then I can call you up. Right? So, that way, that's how it works, right? So you can use Messenger and then I can take calls. Oh damn, I deleted my media. Oh, really? Yeah. But people, you know, in case you want to know, you can always, I may not see the message right away. It might take me a day or something, but that means in the future I'll be able to schedule a call up or something like that, or I'll at least have you there ready for the call, you know what I mean, in the future. So yeah, so just let me know. I mean, yeah, let me see here. Strong middle class need. Yo, strong middle class, yeah, definitely needs strong unions. And I'm blessed to live. Oh, you watching all the times. Okay, so you need to hop up then sometime. Yeah. You know, I live in a country with strong union regulations. So Denmark has strong union regulations. And yeah, you know, the taxes. I did some people, you know, the data is out there. But I think it's the data is like this. At best, 50% of the taxes Americans pay go to something in there that affects their life directly, like meaning roads, transportation in their state, housing in their state, healthcare in their state, education in their state, these kind of things, childcare in their state, things that affect them directly. At best, 50% Americans, their taxes go to that. When you come over to a place like Denmark, it's like 70 to 75%. So, yeah. So it's different. Your life is different. You feel different. You do things different. You know, and people can criticize it or not criticize it, but I tell you what, if you haven't lived it, who are you criticizing it, right? And I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark, so I grew up in the United States. I didn't move outside of the U.S. until I was 30. So more than half of my life has been spent only in the United States of America. So when I'm speaking as an American, I'm not just speaking about the United States of America. I'm speaking about what I know and what I've also experienced. You know what I mean? So I've experienced life here in Denmark for like 20 something years now. So I know what it's like, you know, and I know the facts about it. So I think people feel much safer here. I feel much safer here. When I walk down the street, I'm not worried about anything. When there's no real there's emergencies and you have problems, but you're not stressed every goddamn day of your life about a problem. Things work here, you know. Let me see here. It's Taylor Echo. I just temporarily everything. Yeah. Okay. Grocery food is fresh and plenty of people walking around in different parts of. Oh, you were in Germany. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Hell yeah, man. I mean, it's the same thing. Germany's, look, I think if you leave the U.S., right? If you leave the U.S., I believe the data says this. In the U.S., at best, 50% of the taxes people pay go to directly impacting their lives directly. Soon as you leave the U.S., it goes up to 60. And then so it starts going up, and it depends on what what other country you're in. But Denmark is up to like 70-75%. Places like Germany, it might be 65-70%. You know, I'm not sure. You tell me, because I don't single out Germany when I'm doing my data a lot. But yeah, I know it's social services work better in Germany. It's funded. People want something from their tax dollars, you know. And I mean, the German people want something from their tax dollars, you know. And that's how I see it. I don't know why people have no problem with having socialized military in the United States, but they don't have socialized education or healthcare. I don't get it. I just won't get it. And it's going to take Americans a long time to figure that out. Like, what I mean when I say that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they've had that conversation in legacy media in a while. And it's not cool. Yeah, it's not cool at all. Yo, but Tay, definitely send me your messenger app, you know, and then I can link you up. Then you'll be able to hop up, because I'm trying to get people that are living in the EU to talk more about what it's like over here. You know what I mean? So Americans can know. So Americans can bridge the gap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Americans are okay with having absolutely nothing. Yeah, they are. They've been used to it, but it's the media, Tay. It's the media and the politicians. But really, I would think the media, because the media's goal is to check politicians when they ain't telling the whole story. But our fucking media, the legacy media, is not doing that. It's not doing that. You could do either one. You could do WhatsApp, or you could do WhatsApp too. You know what I'm saying? I try not to give out my WhatsApp number so much, because then people will all of a sudden, but it depends on who it is. But if you have, I have Discord also. Hold on, let me check my Discord. You might be able to hop up right now. Let me open Discord up, and I can. If you got Discord, do you have Discord? Let me know if you have it, and then if you got it already, I'll just give it to you, and then you can call up. You got WhatsApp? Okay, so I tell you what, send me your WhatsApp to the messenger, to the Facebook Messenger thing. Here, go to this page right here. Facebook.com V Media. And put that in a message. Give me your WhatsApp, and then I'm gonna call you on WhatsApp. Because I just don't want to put my number out, because then I'm gonna get a whole bunch of spam and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So then I could call you. As soon as I get your number, I'll put it in my phone, and I'm gonna hit you up here on WhatsApp. Yeah, that's good. That's been my plan, to have more people hop up and talk to Americans. You know what I'm saying? And discuss how things are, because we often don't have objective information. You know what I'm saying? And let me see here. It's me. It's main mindset. That's the problem. Oh, it's a me mindset. Right. I got you. Yeah, Darren. I think so, man. And we justify it a lot. Sadly, in different ways, Let me see here. Okay. I think I got a message now. If I look here, do I have a message? Let me go up here. Boom. Boom. Okay, hold on. Let me switch. I can show you all the page too, just to verify it, so you know. Let me see here. And I can get messages here. If I get your number, I can call you on WhatsApp. Boom. Now, let me see. Let me pull this up here. Articles. Do you all see this page right here? Hold on. Let me put it back to this one. Boom. Let me go here. Oh, okay. I see you. Is this Fryer? Okay. Good, Fryer. I see you sent me a message. Good. Let me close that up, because I don't want people seeing everybody's number. Sorry about that. Let me switch back over to here, and then I'm gonna look at this. All right. I see you. Is Fryer? Are you in the chat also? Okay, that was probably yesterday, but I got you on, Fryer, now. So let me see here. Let me see who else is here. Anybody else send me a message? I got a call from a lunatic the other day. That's why I got to be careful about this shit, man. Somebody hit me up and was just really, 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 really foul, like, was really, really foul. Let me see here. Oh, damn. Is this coming off right? Oops. Let me see here. Facebook. 2 seconds, y'all. I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stay off the legacy media right now and try to see if I can get some calls, and then we can wrap. And then people, that have some. Eric, also, you should do the same thing, Eric, because I noticed, Eric, you have a lot of insight also into some things, helpful things also at times. Let's see here. Boom. All right, so let me open this up again one more time and see who is in there. Oh, and you know what? Did I not? Okay, here we go. Messenger. Okay, so far I only got Friars in there. I only got a message from Friars. So let me look and see if okay, give you a second. Okay, I got you. No worries. I'm gonna put, as a matter of fact, for everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat real quick to the Facebook page. That way people now let me know when you're writing in the text. In the text, let me know what your YouTube name is so I can single you out, because I don't want no, lunatics crawling up here and shit. Here we go. That's the if you want to hop up, you just click that link and send me a message in the messenger. There you go. Have a nice night. You're lucky you left this country. God bless. Hey, Katie, I feel that way every day, and I hate to say it, because you know what? For a long time, Katie, I used to be a very proud American, and I'm still, I know I'm American. I accept that I'm American, and I don't have a problem with it because of the type of American I am. But I used to be a very proud American too. And Trump has changed that for me for the first time in my life. He's changed that. Yeah, like, we haven't been perfect, everybody knows we're not perfect. No place is perfect. No people are perfect. But this is the first time I've literally been ashamed, like, of being American, like, straight up, like, it's just, and I am lucky because Trump hates people like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he hates people like me. He hates people that I love. You know what I'm saying? And, why be in a place where people hate you? You know what I'm saying? Where a government that is designed to make people like you suffer, And, that's how it is, and I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised. I was born in hospital. It's called Howard University Hospital today. But when I was born, it was called Freedmen's Hospital. And both of my parents go back to the colonial period on both sides of my family in the U.S. So I'm a proud American. But for the first time in my life, I've felt ashamed because of Trump to be American, And he really showed the worst. I can't even call Trump American, to be honest with you, because this is just like people willing to abuse others, obviously. You know what I'm saying? And anybody that could be proud of Trump, something is wrong with you. Like, you really are lost, like, straight up. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it, Visionary star. Well, DC didn't need to be cleaned up. It got, DC doesn't need to be cleaned up by people that don't come from DC. People from DC know best about DC. And just like any place in the country, you shouldn't be. I've never had the practice of thinking I need to go to some other state since I don't come from there and I know best. I would go to a state and ask the people in the state, what do you think? And listen to them. Trump didn't do that. Trump said the people in DC don't know, there wasn't a vote, right? So there you have it. I mean, and if that's how you want to do things, then prepare for it to be done to you too. How about that? Then it's fair. Okay, let me see here. All right, I got you. Let me see too. Let me open this one. Do I see it? Okay, let me look in the hidden messages. Maybe it's a hidden message or something. Connect. Instagram. Oh, Messenger. Let me see here. Messenger. I don't see it. I don't know why. Inbox again. Let me see. Oh, maybe you just made a comment. Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe that's it. Comment. Okay, that's Act Select. Okay, no, that's Friars. Okay, I see. That's Friars who left that message. I don't see it in the messages on Facebook. Let me see. Let me go back. Maybe I gotta refresh it or something. Nope. So far, I only got one message. Let me see here. All messages. All right. Let me refresh it. Maybe that'll work. No, so far I only got a message from Friars. Let me see. Unread. Let me see. Add replies. No, unread. I only see Friars message in here. And if I go to notifications. You sure you got the right page? Did you use the link in the chat? Okay, maybe yeah. Let me put the link, the exact link in the chat. Here you go. Oh, it doesn't have it there? Aha, maybe I did that wrong. Okay, let me go back. I see it. Let me see it. Let me see. If I go like this, Facebook.com/vmedia. I think that's all you got to type. Yep, here it is. So copy. Let me put it back in there. Sorry about that. Here it is right here. I thought I put the whole thing in it and I made a mistake. Here we go. Boom. Type this in there. You got it? Okay. So let me take a look now. All right. I don't see the message yet, but I guess you got to type the message first. So yeah, I'll wait. Let's see. Just let me know when you send a message. Quick V Media's two E's. Yeah, it's two E's exactly. Did I type it wrong? Yeah, it's two E's. It's VMEEDIA. Right. Okay. You got to download Messenger. Hold on, but then I also have. I think I have Discord open. My Discord is boom. Let me see here. What is it called? Yeah, let me see. V server, V Media, YouTube, hop up channel. So let me see. If I go like this, I've never used it before. That's the only thing. So let me see. Invite to voice. How about that? I can say invite to voice. Oh, right. I know what I do. Let me see. Do I say share this one or what? Share your screen? No. Events. See, I'm actually new to this, so to Discord, but I do have it set up here already. But how do I show people what my server is? General? Do I say general? Confirm. No, I don't want to use that. I don't want to use this one. But how do I share? Oh, okay. Hold on. Invite. Yeah, copy. I think I go like this. I think if I put it in here like this, maybe it works. You see this one? This is for Discord. Try to use that one if the Messenger doesn't work. And Discord is open already and Messenger, so whoever hops up first should be able to connect. Boom, boom, boom. Let me see. Do I have a new Facebook comment or message? Yeah, once I get this set up, it's going to be really smooth. Oh, okay. Hold on. Do I have another message on Facebook or no? No, that's still the same one. I'm going to press Bro, put up the yeah, look at this. Somebody wrote. Now let me go to their page before I read this comment. Y'all can all. I'm gonna go to Cope and Seath to their page. I just want to see what they look like when they write in comments like this, real quick. I want everybody to see. All right, this is their page. You see this, and they wrote that comment in the section, right? And they wrote, so you see this. Then they have some black stuff on there, but you don't know if this is a black person. That's the whole point of people that don't show their faces, right? So they, radical out centrists. So they like to hide their faces because they don't want you to, to know exactly who is making the comment. So you can't really judge their comment by much. So, you need to come with something more intelligent. Okay. Cope and Seath, that's kind of boring what you talking about, man. Sorry about that, but you out of here. You need to, if you can have criticism of anybody you want, but it's got to be done in a way that, yeah, group groiper, exactly. Got to be done in a way that people feel like they need to engage you. So I don't, just because it wasn't intelligent enough. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know what I mean? It's like the bar is set so low that even if you engage the person, you would get nowhere. You know what I mean? Because they set the bar so low, actually, from the top. Let me see. Let me look at this Facebook again. I ain't got no message in there. Well, any case, don't worry. I'm gonna continue. If she gets in there, then cool. We're gonna find out. Now, let me go over to what has been happening in the news, so we can take it from there. A lot has been happening, obviously. a lot is always happening. But some of this stuff people have heard already. This Epstein stuff is not really, I'm not really trying to dig into Epstein today, but just because it's nasty, it's, and I think people that are halfway informed at this point should kind of get what's going on is bad, and that the government has a bunch of Epstein people in it. I mean, I will just say that, we have an Epstein government right now. And, oh, wow, did I do that wrong? And people that don't see that, at least it makes me wonder. Like, it just really makes me wonder why a person wouldn't understand that. But let's go over at least some of the stats, right? Why is this acting up, man? Are we here? Oh, Friars, you there? I see you, Friars. I'm going to put your number also in my messenger if you want to hop up also.
Nervous. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis put this on Twitter. He said special elections are quirky and not necessarily projectable re a general election. That said, a swing of this magnitude is not something that can be dismissed. Republicans should be clear-eyed about the political environment heading into the midterm. What is he talking about? What has him and other Republicans so worried? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here. And this is all about a special election for a Texas state Senate seat around Fort Worth.
That's exactly right. Texas 9, because what happened in Texas 9, it didn't just swing to the left, it took a rocket ship to the left. My goodness gracious, the Texas 9 Senate District election marches. This was a district that Donald Trump won by 17 points in 2024. The Democratic candidate in the special election on Saturday, won it by 14 points. That's an over 30-point shift to the left. Any Republican, unlike Ron DeSantis, who doesn't take this seriously, they should realize that this is very perilous. They ignore this result at their own peril. Ron DeSantis is right to say, hey, special elections can be quirky, but this ain't no quirk.
Congressman Pete Sessions from Texas basically told me, he said, no Democrat should ever win in North Texas like this. Although he also said, there was an ice storm, 31 points. That's not an ice storm.
No, that ain't no ice storm. If you ignore this, you're going to ice yourself out of a majority come the midterms.
All right, when we look at these special elections, and this is something you and I talk about a lot and look at very closely in between the federal elections, what can they tell us?
Okay, so, you see this 31-point shift to the left, right? If this were just one election, that would be one thing. But it's the slew of special elections that together paint a picture, and it's a picture that Democrats should love and a picture that Republicans should be really worried about. Because what are we talking about here? Okay, the average 2025-26 special election, Democrats are doing, get this, 12 points better. 12 points better than Kamala Harris did in 2024. That was a state special election that happened in Texas on Saturday. If you look at the federal special elections, this 12 points is actually north of 15 points on average. I was looking back.
Yeah, who's that? Who said Epstein is in the Trump files? Yeah, exactly. Epstein is in the Trump files.
Through the history books, this looks a whole heck of a lot like what we saw during the 2017-2018 cycle, where you saw these Democrats outperforming how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And what did it forecast? It forecast a net gain of 40 seats for Democrats. And I remember back in Pennsylvania, remember there was that Southwestern, that was a congressional special election seat, but that was one in which the Democratic candidate was able to actually win a deeply red Republican district, and that, of course, foretold big Democratic gains come 2018.
Foretells how? I mean, how frequently do these special elections foretell what happens in the midterms?
Okay, so you see this 12-point overperformance. You see this 31-point overperformance. But that don't mean nothing if it ain't forecastable to the midterm elections. So what are we looking at here? Well, take a look at special elections since all the way back in the 2005-2006 cycle. 5 out of 5 times the party that outperforms in the special elections goes on to win the U.S. House of Representatives. And this, of course, all paints a picture, right? Texas 9, the special elections, the history of special elections, in which Democrats look like they're in the catbird seat to take back the U.S. House come 2026 November.
Which is why Ron DeSantis and others are nervous this morning. Harry,
They should be.
Thank you very much. Kate.
Harry, will you put your first slide back up as I bring in the Democratic Congressman Adam Smith of Washington to talk more about this? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Congressman, thank you so much for being here. That what Harry and John were just talking about, this 31-point shift in a special election, a state Senate seat in Texas. You see that and you think what?
I think Republicans are in trouble, and we've got a real opportunity in the elections coming up this year. It becomes very clear Donald Trump's policies are doing great damage to this country, and the Republican Party is going along with every single one of them, whether you're talking about health care cuts, the tariffs, ICE terrorizing the people of Minneapolis and across the country, the president, doing things like, shutting down the Kennedy Center and tearing down the White House, acting more like a monarch than a democratically elected president.
Can you hear me?
All of that.
Let me see. Can you take your mic off? Yo, Tay, I see your mic is on mute. Yo, so when you're ready, just take it off of mute. Let me see something. Should I do that? Open voice. Is that what I got to do? I got to say open voice? There you go. Is it working now? Yeah, I can see your mic is on mute, Tay. So, can you hear me? Oh, okay. No, I don't need to continue with WhatsApp. Okay, y'all. I got Tay up here, but let's try to work on this. I'm going to let this play. We're going to try to get this connection working.
Has made Trump incredibly unpopular, number one. Number two, people have rallied all across this country. Millions of people have showed up to protest these policies. And also, don't look now, but the Democratic Party actually is messaging fairly effectively. Our leadership, during the government shutdown, I think focused on healthcare, focused on what Trump was doing in a very effective way. Now, the elections are a long way away. We got a lot of work to do, but certainly right now, the Republican Party is in deep trouble.
And for some context here, you have been one who has been a vocal Democrat speaking out to say the Democrats need to get their message straight ever since the 24 election. You came on shortly after that to lay out your prescription for basically Democrats need to get their act together. So context around your commentary here.
One more thing, Democrats scored a pair of surprising special election wins in Texas. In Houston, Christian Menefee won a House race, narrowing the slim Republican majority.
President Trump, my message to you is this. You've gone nearly a year without hearing from the people of the 18th Congressional District of Texas. The results here tonight are a mandate for me to work as hard as I can to oppose your agenda, to fight back against.
And the hits keep coming for Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterm election in the Texas State Senate. Union leader and Air Force veteran Taylor Ramett flipped a deep red seat. Ramet's win is notable and being considered a wake-up call, frankly, for Republicans. That's because Trump actually won that district by 17 points in 2024. Ramett won by 14 points, so roughly a 31-point difference. The group chat is back. I hate to give people math early in the morning, but the math matters because right now, if someone has a cold in the House, Mike Johnson is worried. Will they be there for the vote? What's going on? It's narrow enough that these things matter.
Yeah, with that House win for the Democrats, that's a one-seat majority now that the Republicans have. But look, this is. Special elections are always overread, I think, for what they mean. In this case, a 31-point swing in a district that is often seen as sort of a bellwether with what it reflects around other voting trends around the country. And look, I think you can maybe go to what Donald Trump himself said about this. He said, when he was asked about it yesterday, you mean I won by 17 and this person lost? Things like that happen. I'm not on the ballot. That might be, in fact, a problem for the Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I'm confused about is you're sending Tulsi Gabbard down to Fulton County to look at votes from 2020. And meanwhile, the calls are coming from inside the House that there are some frustrated voters in places that should be a lock. Am I misreading that?
No. The president has been very clear that he's concerned about his elections, including the past one that he lost, and doesn't admit that he lost. He's still litigating that. It's not clear yet if he's going to put that same level of attention into the midterm elections this year. We keep hearing from the White House that that's going to happen, that he's going to be touring the country, that he's going to be getting out for these candidates. And especially in the case of this Texas state legislative seat, it was a very half-hearted, late attempt to get involved. But you are seeing Republicans start to warn very publicly that this is a wake-up call for them. The Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Ron DeSantis in Florida, saying, it's a special election, there's asterisks to this, but it's a big swing, and it's something that Republicans you're going to expect are going to be much more vocal about.
Okay, what did that pause?
It doesn't matter who you are.
Oops. Hold on. What did that end? Let me see here. Add. Boom. Let me see here. Create. Having
rational, biological understanding of the human condition.
Here goes a commercial. That's what that was about. Sorry about that, y'all. It's just because I'm just bringing up a guest right now, so I'm just opening my WhatsApp on the desktop.
At least 40 examples of missing redactions so far, revealing victims' names and in some cases faces and photos. Several survivors are speaking up about this latest drop, writing in a statement, quote, "This latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files is being sold as transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. This is not over." And they say they look forward to hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi. Let's bring in two of those survivors, Danielle Bensky and Liz Stein, who both signed on to the statement condemning what they call the DOJ's incomplete release of the files. Thank you so much both for being here. I'm sure it was a stressful and emotional weekend as all these files were released. Danielle, let me start with you because, again, you and I have had multiple conversations about, how important it was for survivors to be protected, but that the stories are out there and any people involved in any way in the abuse are exposed. And yet you have names of survivors, in some cases photos exposed. The DOJ had said that was one of the reasons it took so long to put these files out there was because of redactions. So what do you say to that?
I mean, the fact that only 300 million, right? We're talking about that we've only seen half of the documents.
3 million out of
3 million. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, 3 million. But we've only seen half, and they're saying that the reason that they didn't release the other half was to protect survivors. And yet, I've found all of my identifying information out there, and I can't tell you how disheartening it is to look through a 302 and see all of your information. It's not just my name. It's like my birthday, my address at the time, and you move through it and then all of these Jane Does are being exposed. And so it's just incredibly disheartening that they really failed all of the survivors on this after so many months of saying we're being so meticulous about this and we care so deeply about this. So I think that's where the slap in the face really hurts.
So slap in the face, you say it felt like. I mean, what went through your mind as you see your own name?
Yeah. I mean, it's horrific. And you get that rush, right? That feeling that's like, that shame, tingles feeling of like, I feel like I want to throw up because it's just all out there for the world to see. It's your whole life that's just on display. And for me, I've been public, but for my survivor sisters who are not public and for those Jane Does, it's absolutely devastating and heartbreaking to see.
Liz, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says the DOJ has been rectifying every missed redaction that they've been alerted to, and he, in his initial press conference, said mistakes will.
It's almost like they purposely did it this way. Or is it that they did it? Everything's not on purpose. Obviously, some things are an accident, like Trump's name being mentioned. That's an accident. Like anything about Trump is an accident to release. But these things about the names, I'm just curious, is that on purpose too? Because it's hard to trust it because, look, after all, inside of these files, they've been saying that these people have been getting death threats. And even one of the people they got death threats from is Trump. That's what it says. So is it an accident?
Will be made.
Or is it designed to put them back into fear?
But again, this stuff's already out there, right? If if they missed it and it's been released, it's hard to kind of put that genie back in the bottle. How are you feeling in this moment?
Thanks. This morning someone said to us, you can't put toothpaste back into a tube, right? And so now we're living with, what has been released. And I can't express enough how intentional it feels that all of this information is being released. And it feels kind of in a way like additional intimidation.
Here we go. What's that?
Which is something that I think we all felt during our association with Jeffrey Epstein. And so it is bringing up those feelings again, those feelings of fear, those feelings of exposure. And a lot of this information was given in the course of litigation where survivors did not expect for it to ever become public. The most intimate and private details of people's lives that they were telling to law enforcement officials to help support litigation, and to have that out there, to have that so blatantly broadcast to everyone, is something that we just never expected. And Danny, when I saw how blatantly your information was unredacted, I mean, it feels really hurtful and really intentional.
Danielle, 3.5 million pages or documents were put out, but as you mentioned, 6 million total were collected, or maybe more than that, according to the Deputy Attorney General. Are you concerned about what's still missing, what's not been revealed?
Definitely something that I've been looking for. I was pretty scared in 2008 when I first was contacted by the FBI and I was subpoenaed, and I went and spoke to them, and there were some things that I just wanted to really clarify, and I did in 2018, just to really get the story a little bit more authentic. And I can't find the 2018 report, but I can find the 2008. And so it just feels a little bit deliberate, right? It feels a little bit like, why is this report the one with my name and so easily accessible, but I can't find the more honest statement coming from 2018. So it's not that it's not there. There's so many documents that we're combing through, and everything is really hard to find and really mislabeled. So I had found my name in a memo pad that was labeled Florida redacted, right? And I was not in Florida, and it was certainly not redacted. So we're just finding
So
all
it's
of these.
inaccurate as well.
Yeah, it's really tough to find. I felt like in the beginning we had talked about them giving us some sort of appendix or something.
All right. So we got a guest popping up now. Let me see here. Update. Good grief, man. They got all these updates on my WhatsApp. Yeah, I had to put WhatsApp on my desktop here. So let me see. Let me see. I hope it's ringing. It should be ringing. Pop up. Yo, T, I'm calling now. Do you see it? Is it calling me? Let me see something. Let me try one more time. I'm going to try one more time. 2 seconds. Yes, call. Okay, I think it's calling again now. There we go. Now it's working.
Hello?
There you go. Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. No,
Can anyone hear me?
let me ask you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear her?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yay!
Yeah, I can hear you. You're online now. Yo, everybody, let me know if you can hear Tay. Can y'all all hear her right now?
Oh.
We got Tay Bun Hunt up on the live. Let me know. Somebody put one in the chat if you can hear her. I think
Yeah, I
they can
should
hear.
have
Hold on,
been
let me.
able to. It's
I'm
a little delayed, I
yeah.
think, because the connection.
But I'm pretty sure they can hear you because I can actually I can see it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me know what's
Hello?
going on. Can't hear. Oh, they said they can't hear. Um, you know what?
Okay, so basically, my point is like in America, like the difference that I've noticed from when I was in America from in Europe is that you like the people seem happier, and then like I cook a lot, and so I noticed like the food quality is also as well as different. It's been a few times that I visit out in different parts like Frankfurt and stuff, and it's a different environment. And I feel like more people should travel to understand that it's not just like it's not just the things of America. Like they shouldn't subject themselves to just like the American way, because I think it's very punishing. I don't think that you get much
Okay.
out
I'm
of the
listening.
American experience.
Okay. I'm trying to adjust the sound for people. Yo, let me know. Let me look in the chat. They said the sound is a little low. It sounds a little muffled, but I think can you guys hear me or is it her mic that's a little low? I'm just checking the settings here real quick. Let me know if it's just me, if it's both of us, or if it's her. If it's her audio. And also while they're checking in, I'm going to try to see what I can do about that. I know.
It's probably my mic because like I gotta get a new phone soon.
Okay. But you know what? I see. Okay, the settings. I can see it in the system. It says both of us are soil now. Wait a second. Let me try to change that. All right. What about my mic? No. You know what? I can see. Oh, they said it's good now. Is it good now? What about her? Speak. Yo, Tay, speak. Okay, both for me. You louder now. Okay. Tay, you still there? She's still on the line.
Hello?
Oh, you still there? I can hear you, but let me
I'm
just.
here. Hello.
Yeah. It's your mic. It's a little low. We can't hear her now.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, just try to talk closer to the mic. Yeah. Mine is good, I think, but are they saying mine is good, right? Yeah, but Tay's is a little lower. I think that's what it is. Yeah, because I'm going through this system here, so it's a delay. But yours is a little low. But I actually heard everything you said, Tay. And let me see. Let me summarize that. You said that a lot of things are a little different. Like you talked about the
Wait a
food.
minute. I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to call off my laptop.
Okay, do that. Yeah,
On I,
call on your laptop if you can. Can you got WhatsApp on your laptop? Oh, they said it was better for a second. I think it's just you might have to keep your phone closer to your mouth. Or are you on speakerphone or are you on direct?
yeah, I'm getting it right now.
Okay. Okay, no worries. We're gonna give her a second, y'all. We just give her a second. But I heard what she was saying and about the difference in things. I mean, but I want her to say it again because I don't want to paraphrase. I heard her say something about the music. I mean, not the music, the food quality. Um, I heard her tell her to get closer to the mic. Okay, that's what they're saying. They're saying just get closer to the mic. Friars, I put my number in the messenger also on Facebook. If you see it, you can also call up if you feel like it. But let's see. Tay, you say you putting it on your laptop or something?
Okay, it's still gonna be a little delayed. I think on the laptop is
Oh,
better
oh you
because it's like
you know what?
I think laptop to laptop. I don't
No,
know
no.
with the signal,
You know what?
but I was just saying the difference.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The difference between like the American and like German way.
Right. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me, y'all. I'm just gonna call her on my phone. I think it's gonna make it better. Because then I can control her audio better just from my phone and hold the phone up to my mic. That will probably change it, you know. Okay, she said just 1 second. Yeah, sorry about the technical errors, but it's better to get this worked out. And I know it's kind of weird to do it live, but in the future it's going to be better once we got this worked out, because then more people will be able to participate. Yeah, it cut out again. Don't worry, it's coming. She's coming back. It's just now what I'm going to do is I'm going to accept the call. Instead of accepting it on the desktop, I'm going to accept it on my phone and then just hold the phone up to the mic, because that will keep the audio better. So for a second, we're just going to run back to hear what else they have to say in the legacy media about this stuff, man. And yeah. And then we're going to get Tay back up here.
We're back closely following updates on the 3 million Epstein Files documents released over the weekend. Our team at MS Now has counted at least 40 examples of missing redactions so far, revealing victims' names and in some cases faces and photos. Several survivors are speaking up about this latest drop, writing in a statement, quote, "This latest release of Jeffrey Epstein Files is being transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. This is not over." And they say they look forward to hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi. Let's bring in two of those survivors, Danielle Bensky and Liz Stein, who both signed on to the statement condemning what they call the DOJ's incomplete release of the files. Thank you so much both for being here. I'm sure it was a stressful and emotional weekend as all these files were released. Danielle, let me start with you, because again, you and I have had multiple conversations about, how important it was for survivors to be protected, but that the stories are out there and any people involved in any way in the abuse are exposed. And yet you have names of survivors, in some cases photos exposed. The DOJ had said that was one of the reasons it took so long to put these files out there, was because of redactions. So what do you say to that?
I mean, the fact that only 300 million, right? We're talking about that we've only seen half of the documents.
3 million out of
3 million. There you go. Thank you.
Million.
Yeah, 3 million. But we've only seen half, and they're saying that the reason that they didn't release the other half was to protect survivors. And yet I found all of my identifying information out there. And I can't tell you how disheartening it is to look through a 302 and see all of your information. It's not just my name.
Okay,
it's
Tay,
like
you
my
there?
birthday, my...
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's the audio now, y'all? Let me know how the audio is doing. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. I got you. This time I took it on my cell phone instead. I think they can probably hear you better if I just do it that way. Yeah, okay, so go ahead. Right. Go ahead. Let me know. What were you saying?
So I was just saying, like, the difference that I have seen between, like, America and Germany, not just Germany, because I've traveled quite a lot. Like, I'm only 22, but I guess the experience, or at least the blessings to travel and stuff. So
right.
The difference between, like, American and German living is just, like, almost every aspect. The food quality, and, like, it's different. Things taste, like, less processed. But besides that, you can see when you travel in Germany, the people, like, I went to, I forgot what part, but I was walking around because we went, like, to an art museum, and you could see that people were talking and they're happy and stuff. Like, you do not see that in America. It's a big difference. The air, it just, I really think that every time that I visit from places outside of America, like, sometimes, yeah, it's tourism, but, like, a lot of times you can see that people are living better than us. We have to struggle to get everything. We have to lose everything in order to gain everything, while other places literally get this stuff, like, off the bat. And I see a lot of Americans be like, oh, well, you should have to work for what you're getting. I'm like, no, you shouldn't have to work that hard.
Right. Exactly. There's a disconnect. They think a lot of times, I noticed this too, and I agree 100%. When we abroad, us Americans that grow up in the U.S., and like I said, I didn't leave the U.S. until I was like in my 30s. So I'm more than half of my life has been in the U.S. So when I come and I report back to the U.S. and you try to tell them some of these differences, they don't listen so easily. They think that you're, like you said, they think that people aren't working in Europe. They think that no, people in Europe are working. They just are getting a fairer share. That's it. They're just getting a fairer share. Yeah, go ahead.
It's wild. It's very. I'm sorry. It's just so wild because like I look in these chats and like it's not even just your life. It's different lives, and you can be like it's different. And they'll be like you need to get out of America then if you don't like it. I'm like I'm out of America. I see.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's kind of crazy and honestly, with everything going on, I'm like, it always seems like in history that America is the punching bag. Like, we don't, at first, I guess, in the past history, like in the 60s or when America was still developing, we had got at least a little more. And that's why you see, like, the innovations of, like, the fridge or the oven being crazy and looking very, like, polished and stuff. But then now everything's so simple and
Right.
you know, we don't really get anything as far as like health insurance, dental. You gotta pay hella like you gotta pay up your ass, excuse me, to even get any care, and that's crazy. Like,
Right.
because it's different in Germany. Like you just like if you're American, you'll still have to pay if you're like with military or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still lower than you would have to pay in America. America is
Yep.
very high. It's why a lot of people don't even have their like dentistry done. Like it's just
You know how
I
much
don't know.
you know how much a hospital costs in Sweden a night?
How much?
$10. $10. You know, it's the administrate. I've been looking into it, and you should look into it. And also, thanks for hopping up. By the way, I appreciate that so much because more people. I want more people like you to participate, so that Americans in the U.S. can hear it from their own people. Because that's hard enough for Americans in the U.S. to listen to anyone, but when it's us telling them this stuff, they should be able to take it into account a little bit, to be a little more patient. And they need us to tell the story. And whoever doesn't want to take it for value and research it, that's up to them. But at least they will have the opportunity to hear it. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that so much. Go ahead. Hey, let me know what's your ethnic background, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm Black American. I guess
Okay.
I'm Black American. I don't have any like.
Okay.
I don't know my stuff first.
But listen, you're an American, but for some people, they would like to know how do Black Americans or African Americans, how are we received in Europe?
Okay, well, like.
Or Americans, all right, or Americans in general too, both.
Yeah, being a Black American woman, like I'm going to take a trip to Rome next week, but being here in Germany and traveling, it's fine. I mean, I don't think, from my experiences and walking out, honestly, the Germans probably would just like look at you like in the unicorn wise, like you're like, oh my god, a Black person here. But I don't think it's like anything as in like in America that sometimes you get dirty looks and stuff and it's mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a nicer environment here, and it seems like more curiosity than like animosity. So it's definitely different. I don't think, and of course I have to talk to people to really know, but for what
You speak German?
Seen,
Do you speak German?
oh no.
Oh, but
not
you
yet.
you speak
I
yeah.
haven't been here like that long. But
Okay,
I've been
okay.
here like a year now.
Okay, it takes a little time.
But definitely like from what I have seen in just people's energy and vibe, that it doesn't seem very like hostile. And I mean, it would make sense why it wouldn't be. I mean, like they seem very happy. They seem very well off compared to Americans.
Right. I know what you mean. Rationally speaking, why would they be more hostile, right? That's an interesting point you make. It's us that's more hostile because we're breaking an arm and a leg to just get anything, get ahead, no matter what. And so we're under more pressure in the U.S. So it's us that's more hostile, actually.
It's us. Like, I really believe it's us, and I wish that people would look more into their like history and stuff and notice like, and not the propaganda or the biasness of what they throw out there, but like true American history and see how much like, because what I've been noticing, I'm sorry if I'm getting off topic, but when I've been noticing is that they'll like, I guess the elites or whatever, the American people, they'll try to like single a type of group out and then at first treat them like dirt, and then people bounce back because even through the hardest time you glow somewhat, and then you get to a further standpoint where you get everything or what like comfortability, and then that's when they try to take everything away. And right now we're at that same thing all over again, but worse.
Right now,
it's ridiculous.
That's crazy, right? It's like, I understand you. Things are in Europe. The rules are standard. There's more standardized rule. There's a standard way you go through things for decade to decade. There's not these huge swings from left and right. There's, of course, there are issues like every country have, but in the U.S., it's always like that. It's like there's a little bit of moment where social services are important, and when I say social services, I don't mean welfare. I mean other things, access to education, help for child care, things that help American communities get along, health care, these kind of things. There will be a small moment, a window where these things are starting to work. And then all of a sudden, a right wing comes in and just rips it even worse, like tries to take everything back. So if you were a family that worked your ass off and all of a sudden you got a home, right? Now, all of a sudden, they coming after your home. It's like, but nobody in Europe is experiencing these swings like that. They're not. It's like, so they have less to be stressed about, and they're working smart. I would call it smart capitalism.
Definitely. Like it's man, I could just go all day about like different things. Mm-hmm. Like but the biggest thing is just the differences, and people really can. It's like the work. What they call it. You work and then you also gain some personal lifetime. Right. That's a big difference. You're not just working ends and coming out with nothing. You don't have to have 4 jobs to live. Like it's wild.
That's the American lifestyle. Crazy. Yeah. U.S. lifestyle is 4 jobs to live, damn near, for a lot of people, or 3 jobs, or 1 job, 2 jobs is barely making it. You know what I mean? Like, and when it should be 1 job, 1 9-to-5 job should be fine. It should be fine. And you shouldn't have to travel an hour to go to work in that 1 job. You know what I mean? You should be able to drop your kids off at school, go to work, come home, still have some time with your kids on public transportation. You know what I mean? And instead, it's like, nope. I mean, there's people that go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You know a funny story? I'll tell you this. So, I had to get surgery on my gallbladder because for years I had like a terrible gallbladder. And what happened? Me and my partner, we were trying to find a way to basically get it all together, like the scheduling and stuff. Mm-hmm. And literally, the doctors, like, they took off because it was a holiday, and where they also prioritized their children and their family for a whole week. So we had to like reschedule. And when I thought about that, I'm like, America would never, like, so it's kind of, just thinking about these differences really baffled me. Like, I don't know, man.
Yo, you know what? I think, everybody, listen, that's hearing her, like, you got to understand, she's telling you facts. So if you're an American and you're listening to this, understand she's saying it just how it is, because she's talking about Germany. I live in Denmark, and it's the same way. If I get sick, I'm not, or if I have an emergency, family emergency, if my child gets sick and I need to spend time with them at home, it's actually, there's a way that I can be compensated. It's simple. It's just simple, you know, and it's just, you know, I get a little emotional when I talk about this too sometimes, but because it is sad to know that in the U.S. we don't have anything close to a government that is actually on our side. Like, and when we just start to get a government that's on the people's side for once, others get angry about it. And it's like, and the people that get angry, they shouldn't be angry. They should want to join the side where you get something for your taxes. Why are you angry? Why are they so angry? And they're able to manufacture it through divide and make us look at, you know, think about each other's color. You can't control what color you are when you're born. You don't choose whose body you're born in. You don't choose what state you're born in. You don't choose the education your family have. You don't choose any of that, you know, and they try to use those things against everybody. So where we got poor white people that don't want health care for everybody. Like, how could that be possible?
Exactly. The anger that you see from like you would think that anybody who's poor, not even white people, you think that anybody who is poor.
Yeah, it's not only white people though, right? It's not only white people. You're right though.
Yeah,
it's black.
It's like most of America is poor.
Exactly. It's poor black people, poor Hispanics, poor every fucking body. Is like
everybody. So you think that people will be on the side of being at least being able to get just simple factors of life without, you know, working extra hard. Like, I get working to get what you want, but like I feel like it's a limit, it's a balance. Like, I mean, that's my point that I was texting on the chat is, how do you expect people to want to make children and have a family, get married, all these like milestone things in life, and we can't even get the time to even form that mind process. Like, we have to work 1 9 to 5, figure out how we're gonna get to school and pay for like college, and then get another job. You know, it's crazy.
Right. Yeah, it is. It's a struggle. Yeah, it's a struggle. Hey, but let me ask the people in the chat if do you guys have any questions for her? She's in Germany. She's an American citizen in Germany. And let me know if you got any questions for her. That's Tay that was in the chat earlier. And yeah, Rafika, I'm taking calls. I figured out how to take the calls now. So just if anybody that wants to hop up, go to the messenger. I'm going to put the messenger in the chat again, and then you can go and leave me your WhatsApp number, and I'm going to take your call through WhatsApp. Right, I'm gonna hit you on WhatsApp, but let me see here. Let me get that up. Anybody got any questions while Tay's up here? Yeah, and Tay, I appreciate you calling in too, because first of all, it is kind of like something I've been thinking about doing, this podcasting for a little bit of time, you know, and so it's been going pretty well, but I've always wanted to implement this call up thing, and so you're actually the first person that I've had call up.
I've tried to watch all the time, and like, you be making so many valid points and stuff. So like, yeah, I would like to talk, you know, because I got a lot on my brain, and I don't have too many friends or like too many people I talk to about, because most people my age, so I'm 22, most people my age don't even look past that. They're like, you know, you just talking shit. What else?
Yeah, and we shouldn't look past it, because these things have consequences that we're talking about, you know. I'll put it to you like this. I had a friend of mine, right, that this is how crazy it is in the U.S. And of course, there's good and bad. But I had a friend of mine. He was locked up for some time in the U.S., right? And I sent him a childhood friend, you know, and I actually sent him some money a few times when I looked out for him. I went to find out like whatever happened to my man, my homeboy, right? And because we got a lot of friends, we close and everything. And I was just like, man, what's up with him? Something just hit me in my mind one day, and I said I had to try to find out what's up with him. Where's he at? And I found out he was in jail. I knew he was in jail, but I just didn't know when he was getting out or anything. And so I found out how to contact him, and I contacted him, and he told me his story and everything. And I sent him a few bucks a couple of times and things like that, right? But in any case, I was telling him in my letters, because we could email at that time. I told him, man, no matter what, you're going to get out. Don't worry about being locked up, because you're going to get out and you're going to find out that a whole lot of people that don't have any criminal record can't figure out how to make shit work. Ends meet. Just have it hard and just believe you might come out and exceed beyond them. Just what you're thinking. You know what I'm saying? Just the way you think it. So just believe in that. And, he got out of jail, and he owned his own business, he owns his own shit. Yeah. He's thriving. Look, in the middle of all this crazy shit in DC, he have too many customers, because he does roofing and he does HVAC and all of this shit. He has too many customers. He can't even sit down to send them the damn bill. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so it kind of goes to show you that it's so chaotic in the U.S. Like, just what's going on with people that just follow the rules, don't get caught up in any trouble, can't get a leg ahead. They can't get a leg ahead. It's just, it just makes me wonder, man.
Like, once you're a criminal in America, man, you might as well kiss it goodbye. Like, it ain't no way. Like, you think, like, being a civilian is already tough, but once you're a criminal, depending on your, like, background of what you did, man, you might as well just, I don't know, suit it up with your parents or whatever your goal is.
Yeah. Well, he had everybody when he came out kind of made sure that we all if we had a person that we knew needed somebody to take care of a few things on their home or whatever, we all pointed them to him and things like that, like a family member. So a lot of people did that, but also his pops owned some properties. You see what I'm saying? His pops owned some properties. God rest his father. His father passed recently, but so his father was able to get him straight with that. So he's a landlord. Can you imagine that?
I'm so glad to hear that.
Exactly. But
I'm so glad to hear that bounce back.
Yeah. But the average person in America, just this way things are going, it's like I see my life and I'm like, man, because I went back in the U.S. and worked for some years, and just because I went to school over here. I went to communication school here, right? And I didn't even finish there's one last part. You're supposed to get an apprenticeship, but I didn't do that. I just went into the States and started working because I didn't need it there. They saw that I was in class and I knew things, so that I got hired pretty easily. And when I was there for a minute, and then when I came back, I just realized, it really clicked in my head. I was like, man, for some reason, I'm having a fair shake here where I live, in a place where I couldn't even get that same fair shake, but so many other people would never get it in their own hometown. That's crazy. And I'm from DC, and I'm not dissing DC government or anything, but this is more about America and the United States, how it works. And it's just insane. And when I try to tell people the reason why I think it's fairer here, a lot of Americans go into this cognitive dissonance where they just don't want to hear it. And it's like, wow, they have to realize these people tell you a big story about conservatism, but in truth, they're not conservatives because they're not pro-family. They're not pro-family. Yeah. They're not pro-American. The government is not pro-American. They're not spending the money. The money's not being used for Americans.
At all. They're giving money like to everyone else but the American people. Like, it is wild.
It's crazy.
To see, like,
the billionaires.
Every time they steal money or whatever, how they get the money, they do not, like, spend it on the American people. It's just for themselves. They're selfish.
Yeah. The rich are just getting over in the U.S. And in Europe, the rich are not getting over. The rich are paying their fair share, and they okay with paying their fair share because you know, you don't have to make all your money off the backs of your own people. The world is big. You can sell your products all across the world. If your products are made better and your engineering is better, then people want it around the world, you know? And it just seems like we got a lot of discussion to have. Now I could see Rafika send me her number, so I'm gonna try to get her up here too. But listen, Tay, I appreciate it, and we're gonna continue to talk. So let me know how long you gonna be in Germany. You said you about to travel?
I only have, I'm going to Rome next week, and then I only have like maybe about 2 months left or 3 months left till I gotta go back. But
Okay.
yeah, I'll definitely be here. So
yeah,
I'll
Italy
definitely
is
tell the
fly.
experience and stuff.
Yeah, Italy is fly. It's a beautiful history. Beautiful. I spent some time there.
So excited.
Huh?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Like,
Yeah.
I'm geeked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Italy is fly, and at lunchtime, everybody closes their shops to have lunch. You can't even do business at lunchtime. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's I can't even imagine that. Like, in America, you get your 15 lunch, and then you go back to work. So,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got to work on that. But I appreciate it. Let's stay in touch, all right?
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for hopping up. No doubt. Yay, everybody. I got my first caller, y'all. Congratulations. All right, now that's crazy, man. There we go. We had Tay on the line, and that she's an American citizen. Let me turn the mic down a little bit. I had to adjust it a little bit just to get the call in. She's an American citizen, and yeah, and she's spending some time bouncing around Europe, and she's been in Germany for a minute. I guess a month or so. I don't know. I guess she's going to be overseas for a year. Maybe it's part of her study program. I didn't get a chance to ask her too many questions. Next time if she hops up, I'm sure she's going to hop up. We can ask her some more. Rafika, I can see I got you here. So let me put your number in my WhatsApp, and then you can call up too. Somebody asked a question, and then it just slipped my mind. I was about to ask her. You asked me, what was the question that was asked? They asked, how's it? The food in Rome is insanely good. Oh, Roman food is good, man. Woo. Italy, the food is great. You can go to any small town across Italy, and they have a special dish, and each town has their own liquor they make, like seriously, out of something grown there. I mean, they have their own special dishes because they have dishes that are made from only things that are made in that town, that are grown in that town, whether it's wine, whether it's snails, whether it's beef, whether it's like straight up. And every Italian town has its own kind of pasta. You know what I'm saying? It's named after the town. You know what I mean? They have pasta dishes that are named after the town. Just kind of like a lot of Americans know Danish. They think Danish is like one dish, one type of cake. But at least you know that, right? But the truth is that Danes make a lot of different kind of cakes. You know what I'm saying? It's just in America they're called Danishes, but they make a lot of bread and pastry dishes, you know. But by the way, Nordic food is off the chain. Real Nordic food, if you can afford to get it in a restaurant, you know, it's off the chain. You know what I'm saying? Like, so people should try it when you get a chance to. Now, let me see here. Let me put Rafika's number up in here. And I'm going to try to give her a call too. Let me see now. She got that number over here. 2 seconds. Now, I'm going to let a little bit of this play, and then we're going to go into, and then I'm going to pull up Rafika here. All right. So here we go. Let's do this.
But I just read very quickly from Wall Street Journal says immigration enforcement that turns ugly in the streets will determine who wins the race for Congress this year. And Republicans have a real problem. And, you know, I feel bad for them that they just wouldn't listen to me, because I've been saying the same thing from day one. And this is the reality. And the Wall Street Journal is now starting to talk about it. Some people are finally starting to talk about it. But are the Republicans still too scared or still too stupid to listen? You cannot go community to community, street to street, house to house, and get the numbers that the White House is saying they want to get without destroying your party politically. And we continue to still see videos coming out of Minneapolis. We continue to still see, I think one of the most compelling videos and one of the most frightening videos, but also one of the most clarifying videos yesterday that I saw came, I believe it was from this weekend, but I'll get a confirmation on it, where a woman is driving down the Minneapolis street and cars are swerving wildly to cut her off. And what does she do? She's so lawless. Oh my God, she's so lawless. How could she hate the law so much that she starts
Yo, he sound like me up in there. Damn.
The police.
This is crazy.
This is
in America. In America.
Look at this.
Look at these thugs. Look, and he comes out with a gun and he gets in front of the car. They're pointing the gun. They're telling her to come out. They're yelling at her. So what does she do? She's desperately calling the police, desperately asking people to call 911. Get that, Republicans? She's not calling the National Hippie Network. She's not look at this guy in front of the car.
The gun.
Get trained.
All right, let me pull this back. Rafika, check your WhatsApp. Check the messenger and put my number in there, if you don't mind. I just sent you my number on Messenger, right? And I tried to add yours, so it takes usually a couple seconds. So whichever happens first, I'm ready. Let me pull this back a little bit.
Oh my God, she's so lawless. How could she hate the law so much?
Damn, what the heck?
Compelling videos and one of the most frightening videos, but also one of the most clarifying videos yesterday that I saw came, I believe it was from this weekend, but I'll get a confirmation on it, where a woman is driving down the Minneapolis street and cars are swerving wildly to cut her off. And what does she do? She's so lawless. Oh my God, she's so lawless. How could she hate the law so much that she starts calling the police? Think about this.
This is one
in
of many.
America. In America.
Look at this.
Look at these thugs. Look, and he comes out with a gun and he gets in front of the car. They're pointing the gun. They're telling her to come out. They're yelling at her. So what does she do? She's desperately calling the police, desperately asking people to call 911. Get that, Republicans? She's not calling the National Hippie Network. She's not look at this guy in front of the car.
The gun.
Get trained. Get trained before you draw your gun, you idiot. But what is she doing? Is she calling Antifa? Fox News? No, she's not calling Antifa. She's calling the police, begging the police to come save her from what looks like a paramilitary legal force let loose on the streets of America to shoot Americans.
You know, in the U.S., you got to have the police on speed dial. You got to have the audio set up, for your phone, for your car. Set up the speed dial set up. You got to have camera already rolling when you leave your home, one of those camera systems. And because they're going to lie on you, they're going to they feel like they're justified in doing anything to stop you, even lie on you, and if you just so happen to die, they will lie on you too. So the only thing that's really going to save you is to just leave the house knowing that everything's got to be recorded. Everything has got, and the police got to be on speed dial, just no matter what. Even if you break the law, at least they can't lie on you and say you broke the law in another way. At least it will be seen exactly what's going on. And look, somebody said, no, you just got to follow directions. Oh, so you don't need a camera? Rafi, you don't need a camera? You telling people to not use cameras in their car? You telling people to not have the police on speed dial? Is that what you telling people? You telling people that, Rafiq 662? No, you better not just, the people are already following the law, but when the police don't follow the law, or when the ICE agents don't follow the law, you need to have it recorded, and you need to assume they are not following the law, because you already see they're being given justification to not follow the law. So, you got to assume if you want your life. Okay, well, I'm telling you, Rafiq, tell you and yourself that. Go look in the mirror and talk to yourself like that, homeboy, because I'm not your little peasant, okay? So, he's like, I'm telling you to stop being a shithead. So, you see that, right? So, everybody out here is a shithead. Everyone is a shithead. People that pay taxes are shitheads. People that pay their salaries are shitheads, right? American citizens are shitheads. Anybody that believes in the Bill of Rights is a shithead. You see that? You see? It's crazy, man. It's crazy how that. But this is what it's about. Let me see here. Let me see if I can get Rafika up here. It's crazy, man. Listen, when I went to the U.S., the last time I was in the U.S., no, the time before when I went to the U.S., and I went with my kids, when I have all my kids with me, and I had my lady was with me also. We were all together, right? So we were traveling around. Do you know what I did? I bought a recorder, a dash camera recorder for my dashboard. Yeah, I did. And I also took an American, I bought a cap. I went out and bought a cap that from the U.S. Olympic team, and I put that shit in the dashboard of my car. And then I hit the road right out in front of me on the dashboard, a U.S. American cap, right? And then I hit the road. I didn't get stopped one time, right? And did I speed? Yeah, I was speeding. I drove from D.C. to Chicago. I went from D.C. to New York, New York to Chicago. And yeah, did I speed? Yeah, it wasn't nobody on the road. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get up there to Chicago. Goddamn, 70 miles ain't fast enough on an empty road. But in any case, so, yeah, but I didn't get stopped one time. You know what I'm saying? But had I been stopped, it would have been recorded. The whole interaction would have been recorded. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you, I ain't playing no games with my life. Nobody. I know the U.S. I'm not trying to be hassled. That's one of the reasons why I live here. Because I ain't trying to be hassled by no goddamn, I'm not getting hassled by the goddamn police here when I'm going to work, minding my business, when I'm going out to have a decent time, have dinner. I'm not spending all my time explaining to the police what I'm doing and the goddamn and where I live. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, man. That's all that Gestapo shit, Rafika, do you got me? You got me now? Yeah, it's like, it's Gestapo land in the U.S. And one of the things I also had to think about when I was in Germany too, Tay, I've been to Germany a few times, by the way. But one time I was in Germany, and the first time, I'd never been there. I went there, and I put it to you this way. I went to Berlin. I showed up in Berlin, and I saw this event. It was some kind of event about, I think it was like sex toys or something like that. It was a huge event. I just happened to stumble on it. It was in the center square, and it was an international person coming there, international stars. I don't know, they're porn stars or whatever. Excuse my language, but they were there. And I saw these big rocker dudes, like leather jackets. They were all around it. I think they were actually doing security. They may have been doing the event. And I just walked up to one of them because I didn't know where I was going. I needed help. And I just walked up to one of them and asked them, hey, can you tell me how I get to blah, blah, blah place? And it was a dude, a huge ass rocker dude, like, and he turned and looked at me and he said, oh, yeah, you need to go over here, la, 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 da, 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 in English and shit. And I said, okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And walked off. So what I'm saying is that looks are one thing. But if you give people a chance and go with the best, expecting the best, expecting a positive thing, a lot of times most of the time you're going to get positive back, and I appreciate, looking for a pen. Okay. And I appreciate Tay Bun Hunt, coming up here because I'm talking, cause she referenced that a little bit too, like just how the people are in the EU, her own experience, how it's been. and opposed to the U.S. And don't get me wrong, like my doctor here, my family doctor is an Iranian guy. Now I don't talk to him about politics. I'm assuming he's been here for a while, so I'm assuming he left a long time. You know what I mean? Probably 30 years ago. He probably came here as a young man or something, or came here later. I don't know, but he's a really good doctor. Like he's the best doctor I've ever come across. Right. But, you know, now I haven't had too many doctors, so don't take, you know, you can only take that to be a limited experience. But having said that, he told me about his travels to the U.S. and he went to D.C., you know, and he told me, man, he said, wow, you know, people in D.C. were so nice. You know, anytime I needed help, I got lost, I could just ask somebody. They were so helpful. And I said, yeah, man, you know, people in D.C., in the U.S., well, in the part of the U.S. I'm from in D.C., they're very helpful. You know, we have issues about a lot of things, but it's usually not about that. Something simple like that, you know, trying to help somebody find out where to go, you know, or what direction. People, all kinds of people will help you with that usually in D.C., especially people from D.C., you know, will help you out. So, having said that, let me continue to play more of this. I'm gonna see if see what's going on with this WhatsApp here. Let's go.
To terrorize Americans on the streets of America. And the police officer comes, Mika, and he drives her home. He comes and he breaks up the paramilitary thugs. And it is the police officer, not Antifa,
the chief,
not the National Hippie Network, not leftists. A police officer comes and takes her home. Look at this. When these thugs come out of their car, standing in front of a car, drawing a gun, look at them. In America, this is happening. This is still happening in your country. This is an undisciplined paramilitary force that does not answer to anyone, obviously, because they're still doing this. And she calls 911. She calls the police. She's not asking to defund the police. She's asking to be saved from these thugs by the police.
They don't know what they're doing.
By the police who don't know what they're doing, but what they do know is that, like, they're willing to draw. I'll tell you what, anybody in charge of this force that says, if you get out of a car, so help me God, and you draw your guns, you know what? We're going to try you. We're going to try you for assault. This is so out of control, and it looks like a paramilitary force from the third world.
Yeah.
And so a police chief, not Antifa Republicans, not Antifa liars on the right. She calls the police to ask for help in America from paramilitary type officers. It's disgusting.
Okay, yo, I got Rafika on the line, y'all. What's up, Rafika? You there? Okay. I was just making sure. I don't know why your phone, it took a second to show up correctly in the WhatsApp. But now you're here. What's going on? Welcome. Thanks for hopping up.
You sound real I can barely hear you.
You can barely hear me? Can you barely hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Maybe if I come out of here. Let me come out the chat.
Okay.
Let me come out the chat. Okay, I'm out the chat now.
You good? You good? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm out the chat, but it's still low.
Oh, okay. But can you hear me?
Maybe because you overseas.
Yeah. No. It's because I want everybody to hear you. So hold on. Let me see. Can everybody hear? Can you hear me now? See, I want you to be able to hear me and everybody else to hear you. So I have to step back a little from the mic.
I can hear you.
Okay. So no problem. So go ahead. What's going on?
Yeah, like I said, I got a potty mouth and I've been drinking.
Okay. No worries. But let me ask you. So what's been on your mind, like in terms of this? What's going on in the U.S.?
Okay. Like I said, I live in Las Vegas. It's up here. Nobody has been visiting here. Fuck him. out here for the what is it called? And thank God I don't have to stand in those lines for the
Food? You talking about food?
what is it called? The food lines, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about that.
Yeah, all I see is Hispanic people, and it's mostly Hispanic people and white people that's out there.
It's who? What people?
Hispanic people and white people.
Wow. And what town what state do you say you in?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, listen now, just before you go on, one person asked me a question. They asked me, Visionary Star asked me to ask you, did you vote? I know you did.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Come on.
When I voted,
I know you did.
out there with two guys out there that caught me voting in the primaries, and they asked me, who do you think that's going to win? And I said, and I told them Kamala. Kamala's going to win.
Right.
And, well, who's going to win? And he was like, well, why do you think she was going to win? I said, what did he do with COVID?
Right, with COVID. Look what he did with COVID. I got you. Yeah. But people didn't learn their lesson, apparently. People didn't learn their lesson. The people that supported Trump, 90% of them that voted for him the first time did not learn their lesson. Hopefully they learn now. Hopefully they learn now. Yeah. But you were saying you in Nevada. So, and you were saying in those food lines, you said the majority of those people are white people, white Americans, European descent, and Hispanic descent, right?
Yes, and poor, piss poor. Those look like the white people look like dope fiends.
Okay.
We got a lot of dope fiends. They stand outside begging with signs on the street or outside the stores.
Right.
And if you've been out here to visit, you understand where I'm coming from.
Right. Yeah. There's a big problem with fentanyl in the U.S.
Yeah, fentanyl and meth.
Right. Yeah, that's terrible. Fentanyl and dope, opioids in general. Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from when I say that.
Well, Trump, he said he was going to stop the fentanyl. Has the prices gone up on fentanyl, or is it still in dope and all that shit, or is the drug still cheap?
Trump has stopped. For what I have read, he didn't stop all the what is it called? All the excuse me, because I've been drinking my wine. The crisis,
the prices. I'm talking about is this stuff still available? Is it still readily available for people that have little money? I mean, because obviously, if you got a bad drug habit, you're probably not working, so the drugs have to be cheap, right? Is it still plenty of meth? Is it still plenty of fentanyl? Is it still plenty of this?
I don't do that shit. I don't know.
No, I'm not you. Oh, I got you. You don't know. But I mean, it's still a problem. You still see people getting that, right? You still see drug addicts on the street, right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, out here, you can tell the ones that have mental health problems. You can tell the ones that have alcohol problems. You can tell the ones that have drug problems.
Right. Okay.
You can tell the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell the ones. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And
he stopped the program. Trump stopped the program. He stopped the program down here. Well,
okay.
Everywhere.
He stopped the federal funding for these programs. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible.
That's what I meant to say earlier.
Right, I got you. He stopped the funding for the programs, the drug addiction clinics and things like that, for people to get help and be able to take some time away from their lifestyle and get help from and that's terrible. That's so terrible. The reason why I asked you that is because you mentioned it about who's in those lines, those food lines, those food supplemental lines, and And Trump and Trump, these are people that Trump said he said he was going to stop immigration, and obviously illegal immigration. I mean, he said he was going to stop that, but obviously illegal immigration goes hand in hand with drugs. If you're going to lock the border down, then the price of coke should be high. If you're locking the border down, if you're going to lock the border down, the price of heroin should have gone up. The price of all these drugs should have gone up, and it seems like it hasn't. That's why I'm asking.
And also came February 1st also too. The SNAP EBT program too.
Yeah.
That big bullshit ass bill, I call it.
Right.
Kicked in.
Right.
So a lot of people got kicked off that program because they didn't qualify for it.
Okay.
Because they didn't qualify for it because it's like myself. Let's say myself, if I was on it. My kids are grown.
Right. Okay.
And if I was on it, I had to go work.
Right.
I wouldn't be able to qualify for it as of right now.
Right. Okay, I got you.
I have to go find a job. I have to work, what is it, 20 hours or something like that?
Right. Yeah. They're not helping people that don't have jobs.
I think what I read was 44 something, I think 44,000 Nevadian, what I read is getting kicked off the program over here. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of people in the food lines out here.
I'm just, and it saddens me to hear that because people have problems everywhere. But one of the things they mentioned about healthcare, because obviously drug addiction is about healthcare too, right? One of the things that they mentioned that keeps down, how can I say this? That keeps the cost of healthcare down in Europe is preventive healthcare. Preventive healthcare, meaning they're solving problems before they get too bad. You know what I mean? So having access to clinics, it just reminds me that having access to drug treatment clinics is a way that you keep the cost of that down, that you keep the cost on everyone else, the role that it plays in it. Because if a person can't go to work because they have a drug problem, then obviously other services have to kick in, right, to help take care of them while they have this habit instead of helping them get off of it and getting back, but it seems like our system in the U.S. is more punitive. It's more concerned about punishing people as an incentive to get them to fix their issues instead of helping them help themselves, helping them where they think they need help. And then, to me, it seems like that,
And like I share in the channel, I have a adult disabled child, and she just became disabled about 5 years ago. She was shot in her head.
What?
And lucky, she was shot in her head by a grown man that could have been her father.
Okay.
Over an argument. Just words. And I take care of her, and I work, and my kids know that I work hard for them. Even when they were little. I got a son. I got a daughter and a son. My daughter's the oldest. My son is the oldest. My daughter, she had my daughter worked 3 jobs before she became disabled. She worked at Amazon, she worked for Uber Eats, and she had a hospitality license. My son, he was still in high school before my daughter got shot. He was getting ready to graduate, and now he's in the Air Force. And he got a family of his own right now. And now, I just recently just had like a year and a month ago, just made a year and a month ago, I just had that surgery. So I'm on long-term disability from my job.
Okay. And is that like, are you getting any help with with your daughter, disabled daughter? How is that working out?
Oh, thank God when she became disabled, because all the jobs she did.
Mm-hmm.
When I applied for disability for her, they was like, "Oh my God, at her age, oh my God, she's getting this amount of money."
Oh, really?
They couldn't believe how much she was getting.
But she's disabled. It has nothing to do with her age.
My lady worked.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with her age.
She worked.
Hmm.
They couldn't believe because she worked. Because you got to understand, SSI that's the welfare disability.
Oh,
That's the one
right.
that you get when you
Only paid in.
You know.
Yes, I understand
You
that.
don't pay in.
Yeah, I got
She
you.
get SSDI.
She paid in already.
She get SSDI.
Wow.
So, yes, and they couldn't believe how much she was getting.
Okay.
So,
Because she worked though.
Yeah, because she put into it. And they couldn't believe how much she was getting at her age. You got to say, she was 21 when she got shot. Just turned 21.
Can I ask you a question? What's your ethnicity as American? What's your ethnicity? You African American or Black American or what?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, just to make sure, because people listening might want to know. Because I hear you. To me, your story sounds like you got a hardworking family with good values that take care of each other, and it sounds like your kids are on the right path.
Single mother.
Yeah.
Single mother. Yeah.
Single mother. Yeah, exactly. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like.
Always work.
Yeah.
My kids, I provided for them.
There you go. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
And I think often the media, the right wing makes it seem like just average people that are not right. Exactly. They make it sound like if you need help that you're not working.
Just to let everybody know, my daughter get Medicare and Medicaid. And yeah, she do not have to pay for her prescription. She don't have to pay for nothing. Yeah, she don't.
But you know what? That's a lot of.
Because she worked for hers. Because she paid into hers.
Right. And you know what? Guess what? Here's.
If you feel like that, I worked hard for it.
Yeah, your mom worked. You worked hard for it. You're her mom, and you already worked.
I worked for her. I worked hard for it.
But you know what? Let me ask you this. I mean, did you know that there's a lot of American people that they pay federal taxes, they pay federal payroll taxes, but they don't qualify for it. They qualify for Medicaid and Medicare, but they don't make enough to pay the deductibles. So they so they actually pay into the system, but they can't access it on the back end.
Like I told you, I get long-term disability through my job, but I went to go apply for Medicaid. They told me I made too much money.
Right.
I said, what? That makes too much money.
Right, I hear you. All right, I agree. I appreciate you calling up. Is there anything else you want to say, Rafika, at the moment that's hitting you that you think people need to hear?
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck ICE and fuck Donald Trump, and he ain't gonna make it in 3 years.
Amen.
And fuck whoever else, whoever problem with it.
There you go.
You know how my mouth is.
I feel you. I'm right there with you too. I'm sick of this man, and I hate him. I hate his family. I hate everything about him. They're like a plague.
And his administration is gonna pay for this shit come after the midterms. And another thing too.
Go ahead.
And if he declared martial law or whatever, it's gonna be war in the streets. If he declared martial law, the people ain't gonna stand for this shit.
Thank you very much. Exactly. Thank you very much, Rafika. I agree 100%. I agree with you. Somebody said, what's your name? It's Rafika. She's in the chat, y'all. I appreciate you, Rafika. I appreciate you calling up. You the second caller I've had, period, on my show. So thank you for being that for me, okay? I appreciate you, and thanks for the support, for real.
Yes, always. I'm going to get back in the chat.
All right. I appreciate you now. Okay, let's get on with it, y'all. That was Rafika, and so she blessed the brother out here in the EU, out here in Denmark, sister over there in the U.S., talking about her feelings about Donald Trump and the situation going on right now in the U.S. So for people, people always ask me, why you care? You ain't in the U.S. Well, first of all, I'm American myself, born and raised in Washington, D.C. I moved out of the U.S. as a grown-ass man when I was 30. So I lived more of my life in the U.S. I'm born and raised in the U.S. and both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. So, yeah, I care about my country. And, yeah, I care about Americans. I know the good and the bad parts of the United States of America. And I know all Americans are not represented by Trump. So I know they need to have information. They need to have people like myself in the EU giving them, bridging the information gap. You know what I mean? Because legacy media will have people out here thinking these are socialist countries just because everybody got health care. They will have you thinking this is a socialist country. Everybody must get paid the same salary for doing nothing. They don't want to work. It's socialism. That's why they have universal education. No. People love going to work. People love having a decent job here or having a job. And most jobs are decent. You have rights in most jobs, man. Even in McDonald's, that's a union job in Denmark. You know what I'm saying? Even McDonald's, they get paid $20 an hour damn near. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and you pay. You pay. You want to go to McDonald's? You pay to go to McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? And it's just an example. It's just an example. So you don't have to just home in on that. But the point is that you have rights when you work at McDonald's here. You have access to health care when you work at McDonald's here. If you want to improve yourself and get an education, you can work at McDonald's and still afford an education to improve yourself and get a better job next year. That's what a lot of people do here. So bridging those gaps are important, and and that's why I'm here. That's what I'm trying to do. And so having said that, let's move on. Yo, I think, let me see here. Who else was supposed to hop up? It's one more person. I don't know if they hopping up now. Who was it? It was Friars. Friars wanted to hop up. And I see Friars had some comments. He said that Harris lost the election because of maybe she didn't give enough support maybe to Palestinians, I think, at that time. I think that's what he said, something like that. And but that's up for debate. I hear that debate often. I want to get Friars up here to talk about that, what he thinks, since he brought that up in the chat. Me, I don't think that's why she lost the election. But I think, I think there's a lot of different aspects that went on there, but I think the number one reason why she lost was the disinformation on the internet. There was a lot of disinformation, and the people that were sharing and spreading the disinformation, that disinformation got them to elect a whole ass pedophile, the king of the Epstein, the Trump files. They got the Trump man, the man behind the, a whole lot of crazy shit. They elected a dude that apparently, from what folks say, rapes little people and beats them. So I think that's the real reason why Kamala Harris lost, because a lot of Americans believe Biden was in the files. They believe Obama was in the files. They're like, hey, man, these liberals, they must be behind this, because the liberals, they not anti-LGBT, so they must be down with Epstein. No, it's actually Trump that was down with Epstein, and it's Trump that might be a little more liberal than you think. He's just more than just liberal. He's a sociopath. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Trump has people out. Trump has men, grown ass men out here saying that when they were little boys, Trump was getting down with them and forcing them. So, and look, here's Mark. He's always saying, "And Clinton." Yeah, but Clinton is. Here's the thing. Clinton's not the president. He's not the president. And Clinton wasn't, you might want to say Clinton, but that's one person. What about Biden? What about Harris? See, you weren't the election wasn't Clinton versus Trump. See, if the election was Clinton versus Trump, then it might make some sense why you said they both in the Epstein files. Let me vote for Trump. But Kamala wasn't. It wasn't Clinton versus Trump. Okay, Clinton is 20 years ago. Fool, wake up! What the hell, man? It was today, and the issue's today. And the issue was Kamala Harris is not in the Epstein files, and she wanted people to have affordable health care. She wanted people to have affordable education. She wanted people to have affordable housing in the land of the USA for all Americans. She also spoke about the situation with Palestine and Israel. But there were some people that were disappointed by that. You know, they wanted her to take a stronger stance. And I think that's what it is. They wanted people, look at this. This dude, Mark, you wasting people's time, man. There's no selective memory. The last election was not Clinton versus Trump. You've lost your mind. Clinton was 20-something years ago. You are crazy. You need to deal with what just happened and why it just happened. And that's what we're talking about. Kamala Harris was running for president. Biden was running for president. And it was Biden and Harris versus Trump. And people voted for Trump. Okay. But Trump is in the Epstein files probably more than any other single individual outside of Epstein. And Kamala Harris ain't in the files. Okay. So that's what it is. And, that's just how it works. You can't talk about Clinton. Clinton wasn't running, so he doesn't control policy, and you lost your mind because Trump didn't run against Clinton. So I don't know what your point is. That the choice was Kamala Harris, who's a lady in the country when no woman has ever served as president ever in the history of the country, against Trump, the guy who's basically all over the Epstein files more than any other single individual outside of Epstein. So you voted for the person who's in the Epstein files more than any other individual outside of Epstein over the first possible female president for your country who's not in the Epstein files. That was your choice. And she happened to want everybody to have affordable health care. She actually wanted people to have student debt relief. She actually wanted people to have affordable housing. She actually wanted people to have affordable child care. And it's just that simple, And look, he's asking, you know this as facts? Look, man, do I know this as facts? Somebody said my mic is a little low. Do I know this as facts? Well, I know you just got put in timeout as facts. How about that? I know the rest of it is facts, but hey, man, don't play with me like that. All right. Yes, I know it is facts. Now you can. Is it better now? Is it better now, Friars? I know this as facts. You know what? Why is the audio? Is it better now? Let me see something. Maybe something happened with my audio setup. When it's better. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so people want to waste time. This is like, if you don't know what I just said is facts, then are you even a real person? Are you an American? Are you even been following the election cycle? Like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? He's like, and you know this is facts? Yes, Clinton is 20 years ago. Yeah, he ain't got nothing to do with today. He's in Kamala Harris, yes, she really did run against Trump this time around, okay? Like, that's what really just happened, okay? And, maybe he's talking about Hillary Clinton. Man, but in any case, the bottom line is you really have to be wrong as hell to have voted for the single individual that's mentioned in the Epstein files more than Epstein. You have to really be wrong for that to vote for that person. That something didn't go right. You need to figure out what that's about. And I shouldn't have to preach to you about that shit. You should know better to go figure out why you did that. And yes, that did happen. If you voted for Trump, you voted for the single individual who's mentioned in the Epstein files more than Epstein. It's like, if you remove Epstein's name, it would be called the Trump files, basically. So that's what really happened in the United States, and people can make all the excuses they want about it, all they want. Please just don't do that again. Don't select someone who's in the Epstein files to run for president. Please don't. Okay? Don't do it. Stay away from that person. Anybody else, welcome them. If anybody voted to block the Epstein files, don't vote for them. Anybody who was in the Epstein files, don't vote for them. Anybody who even voted to support Trump, don't vote for them. Okay, just get anybody else, please. Anyone else will do. You know, they don't have to be Democrat. They don't have to be Republican. Just any fucking body else. Okay, that would be good enough to start with, because anyone closely related to them files is going to be compromised, is going to be blackmailed, is in on the scam, something. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. Here it is. Somebody said, we don't vote because of gender or skin color. Policies are what we all should vote. Kamala was more worried about housing assistance and free health care for illegals than citizens. No, she wasn't. But that's actually a lie. You know, she was actually not worried about. She was actually trying to get comprehensive immigration reform. Trump was not worried about illegal immigrants. He still hasn't done comprehensive immigration reform through Congress. He hasn't asked Congress to do anything about it. What you're seeing right now is just an executive order. You don't know what Kamala was worried about. You didn't even trust her enough to vote to give her a chance. That's it. You trusted a person that is listed in the Epstein files more than any other individual over a woman who was not mentioned at all. That's what you did. That's your mistake. You have to live with the mistake, and you need to figure out why you made that mistake. Okay? Yeah. So you didn't vote for someone who wanted to do anything about immigration, because he hasn't. All he's done is make he won't even. Obama did more about illegal immigration than Trump so far. You see what I mean? On both terms, Trump's first term and still this one. So there's a way to do immigration in a comprehensive way. It deserves that attention from real adults. It doesn't deserve that attention from a pedophile who's using it as a scapegoat mechanism to give $1 trillion tax break to the billionaires. No, we don't need that kind of immigration reform. We need something a little cheaper and more effective. What the hell? This motherfucker talking. I didn't vote for Obama because of his skin color either, and I didn't vote for Kamala for her skin color. Okay, what the fuck? I voted because I was listening to American people talk about real issues, education. Why is it that Americans are in debt their whole life because they dared get a fucking education and Europeans aren't? Why is that happening? You see what I mean? Like, why is that? Why is that? Well, how come when you work in McDonald's in the U.S., you can't afford to go to fucking school? Why is that? Why is that? People that work these kind of jobs should have a situation where they're able to afford school so they can get a better job. Isn't that how it's supposed to work in the richest country on earth? Isn't that how it's supposed to work when you got people that are thinking rationally in charge? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? Or do you want people just permanently in a bottom class working in McDonald's their whole fucking life? Not that there's anything wrong with it, but damn, come on. People should have opportunity. You know? Thank you. What did they say? Somebody said this fool out here talking shit. 070210 MAGA is about skin color. Exactly, Friars. Yo, Friars, you got to call in, man. Come on now. Did you put my number in WhatsApp, or should I put yours? I'm going to get Friars up here and then I'm going to be out. And I want to thank everybody for being patient today. Guess what? I got the call-in system set up now. We know what works practically. You know what I'm saying? Before it was just theoretical. Now I know it's practical. So I'm going to try to get, I know how to do it practically. So I'm going to try to get Friars in here now. Let me see here. Friars, let me see if I can get you here. Yo, wait a second. Friars, you in the DK? Okay, shit, man. Yeah. Erudanska, Friars. Erudanska? Yo, Vistik, man. Okay, let me put you in here. See if I can get you. Cool, man. Cool. Let's get a Dane up in this place. Varför någon slags danska är du? Det är fler slags, ikke? Let me see. 9198. Wait a second. That's not the right number. That's my damn number. I'm sorry. So Fries ain't Danish. He's not a Danish. I just saw my message to him and I got it confused. Okay, I got you. You in Maryland. Sorry about that. Let me get over to you, Fries. I think that's a Maryland number. I'm not sure. Is that right there? Let me see. Let me do one other thing. I see I got to go by. I see how I got to type it in when I do this. All right. Let's see here. There we go. It's come. I'm calling you up, Fries. Let me know if you can hear it. You hear it? Hold on. Wait a second. Is it doing it? It's calling now. There you go. Click the like button, y'all, if you don't mind. Maybe Fries is at work. Now, I see him in the chat. Fries, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. I can hear you, man. Hold on. Let me check one thing. Okay, I can hear you perfectly. The audio is good. Can you guys hear Fries?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you guys hear me or not?
Yeah, I think it's better now. Yo, go for it, Fries. What's up, man? Glad to have you up, man. Finally.
What's up, man? Good to talk to you.
Yeah.
So, how are things going?
Oh, man, easy. In Danish, they say still a rolly, you know, still and quiet on this side. Nice.
Still a rolly?
Yeah, man. Exactly. How's everything? Where you at? What state you calling from?
I'm in North Texas right now.
There you go, North Texas. All right, man. Come on now. I see you.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank you for supporting my channel, man. You've been contributing a lot through the chat, so I appreciate that a lot, man.
Sure.
And I've been watching a lot of your comments. I can see you're a pretty intelligent individual, so I'm glad to have you up, man. Because you know I'm not calling any lunatics.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to shout out to Eric. I see him in the chat, Eric Klein, and Tay. It was good hearing from you and listening to you talk. And the one thing that I haven't been to Europe in a while. But when I was there, we went to Germany, and then we traveled down to Italy. And Germany was very clean, but the food wasn't the greatest.
Okay.
But you go down to Italy, and it's really messy. It's kind of sloppy. But the food was incredible, and so it's kind of like when you play like a street fighter. You have a fighter, and you might have more strength and speed or something like that. It goes back and forth. That's how it seems to me between those two. You know, it's you're not gonna get clean and good food, but you're not gonna get it's one or the other. And I preferred Italy myself more, but Germany was awesome though. I still liked it.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, and I can agree with that roughly. Denmark's very, very clean. But they're working on the diversity in food. You know what I'm saying? And but it depends, you know, like if you're going to eat high class Nordic food, it's great. It's fantastic, you know, but it's going to cost a little extra, right? And then but I know what you mean. The average street food, Denmark could use a little more diversity in it, or I'm imagining Germany too, right? But Italy, man, Italy, like I was saying, I've been to Italy a few different times, and you can get every town has its own special dish, own liquor that it makes there. And, you know, they put a lot into the food, man. Everything's grown in the town. That's part of their tradition and culture, you know. So they do have a different food culture for sure.
Yeah.
But Italy on the historical part of it is great, bro. Like they got a lot of historical sites.
Yeah, she said she got tickets for the Vatican and the Colosseum. She said she got a book. So yeah, they have you could spend a week there just going to different things and enjoying it, but the food cannot be denied. The food is just incredible. Just the food alone is worth going for.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: what's going on in the States, man? What you think's going on there right now? How do you like it? What do you think about what's going on with Trump and the policies and just all around?
I moved out of Austin about 2 years ago up to here for reasons I won't discuss. North Texas is very different. I'm in like deep deep Republican, deep MAGA area.
Right. Okay.
And one of the good things is that, I mean, MAGA as people, for the most part, are good-hearted people until you talk politics, and that's when that demon comes out. You're like, man, because it's like this. They believe what he says, and they're so invested in it. It's like if a guy's dating a girl and he's invested like $50K into her, and all of a sudden he finds something bad. He doesn't want to break up because of all the money he's invested in that relationship. And that's kind of how I feel about MAGA. They've invested so much in this relationship that they're all in. They can't let go. They've invested 3 times in this.
Yeah.
So if he's wrong, they would rather go down with the ship than admit that he's wrong. But I think this Epstein thing is really affecting some of them.
Keep going. You haven't heard me cut you off because I'm with you. I'm following where you're going with this thinking.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Now, I don't think it's affected all of them because they become so desensitized to Trump doing wrong. And there's something that Trump said, like everything Trump says has a valid point to some degree. For example, he said that back in 2017, I could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose a single vote.
Yes.
And you'll have some Trumpers saying, no, he was just joking. Bro, watch that
He's being
over and
real.
over again. Trump was not joking. He got a poll read to him, and it said, because he doesn't do a lot of research himself, but if somebody does research, he listens to it.
Yeah.
And they did a poll, and that was a poll that came back and says, that we asked people if you shot somebody how they reacted, they would still vote for you.
Yeah.
And he clung to that, and that's something that Trump is spot on about. And we're seeing that right now with this in Minnesota. Somebody shot in the street, and he hasn't lost a single of the hardcore MAGA base.
Right. Yeah.
Remember, the reason we got Trump, and I was talking with Tay a little bit back and forth about this, but the reason that Trump won was Trump got the same amount of votes as he did in 2020. Look up that statistic.
Oh, okay.
It's almost identical.
Right.
So what the difference was, Biden got 80 million votes, but Harris got like 77 million votes. And I think what made the difference is certain things that Harris did. The number one thing was the Gaza thing. I know more people that were progressive that were like, I'm not going to support her. I'm going to vote third party because of she didn't let go of Biden. She stuck by his side on Gaza, and I think she would have done better than Trump is doing. But the thing is, she picked up.
Let me interject there. I agree with the sentiment. Like I followed that too, and I know a lot of people that were like that. That was like a sticking point for them. But my thoughts on that were, but in the United States of America, you're never going to see a sitting vice president do that to their president. Period.
Of course.
Not while they're sitting. When they become president, they can do anything they want, but they're not going to undermine the sitting president that way in policy, right? Now, so I kind of thought the request was a little unreasonable or unfair. Not unreasonable, unfair to her because she's in a different situation. So it's kind of like saying, are you going to undermine Biden's policy right now? Or are you going to break from him right now as the vice president in hopes that you win the election? You see what I mean? And I just thought that's a tough choice to make. You know what I mean? I didn't think it was. I thought there was more room. Like my thoughts on it is that she's the president. She spoke a little bit about it. I actually thought that she planned on doing what she wanted to do, when she became president. But I think the problem is the fact that there was people that wanted something different right then, and they didn't have an opportunity to get it. So so it's kind of like maybe it wasn't the best options to have to choose from, but it was a reality. It was a reality.
I agree with you, and that's the problem. Is she had to make a very tough choice. She had to do something that had never been done before, and that's break with the current policy of the president of the United States. And she chose not to do that.
Yep.
Also, she chose to bring on a lot of his team onto her team. Right? Progressives noticed that, and if you look at his team, his cabinet, I think it was 90% Zionist. are people that took money from AIPAC. I define a Zionist as a person who takes money from AIPAC. Like Mike Huckabee is a Zionist.
Yeah.
Joe Biden says I am a Zionist.
But I think
with those people.
Joe Biden says that too. He said, and I also, I'm glad you brought that up. I think what's happened in the U.S. is, this is clear now, for better or for worse. What's happened in the U.S. is there's been an image. There's been this issue of Zionism that's been formed, right? I'm not saying it's a fake issue or anything like that, but I'm just saying it's a construct that's been formed in politics now. This issue about Zionist, right? And so therefore, there could be some situations there where people view Zionism as different, something completely different, right? And then you have this issue of, okay, well, if you have the Israeli government, right, funding, or their PAC, not government, but PAC, or some people would say it's the same thing, the PAC funding different politicians, right? There has been an idea formed that if you take money from the Israeli PAC, you are beholden to their policy. And that's where I also think, I don't think that's what's happening in politics in the U.S. I think they're taking money. They're looking for money, across the board. And I think when they receive the money, it doesn't always mean they do verbatim what they want. And I'll give you an example of that. Obama got money, right? I mean, a lot of politicians in the U.S. get AIPAC money, right? Obama took AIPAC money. But when Obama made that deal with Iran, right? You remember the deal I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the nuclear arms treaty.
Yeah. Israel was against that. Very simple and plain. He did something Israel was against that they did not like, although he received AIPAC money. So I think when we're going to have a real conversation, it needs to be accepted. That needs to be part of the conversation, because unfortunately, in the U.S., there does need to be campaign reform, right? That will clean up a lot of this shit. And I think if we're not calling for campaign reform, then we have a vacuum there where it becomes about how you're going to get your money for your campaign, for your TV time. That's really, and if AIPAC is giving out money, a lot of politicians are going to have a hard time saying no to anybody's money. But does it mean they're going to do everything? You see what I mean? So I think when we look at it, I'm gonna let you talk though. When we look at it, the issue shouldn't just be about AIPAC. I think it needs to be about campaign reform. But if we're going to look into this idea that, because this thing about Zionism has turned into a political, it's crystallized as a political issue now, right? We need to dissect it for what it really is, right? And not spookify it. You know what I mean? Like, we need to look at campaign reform, look at what AIPAC is doing and what people do with AIPAC, take it over and have a conversation about other PACs, what they're doing, and do people just do anything that like the beef industry? Do they just do anything the beef industry wants? Do they do anything the oil industry wants? These are also real concerns, right? But you will see probably people get money from oil industry, but may not always do exactly what they want too. You see what I mean? So I think if we have a real conversation about it, usually the campaign cycle, the election year is not a good time for it, right? It needs to be a conversation that's happening all the time, basically, right? For us to get good at it, right?
Well, so I agree with everything that you're saying, but let me add a few things.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're talking Citizens United. You're talking Citizens United, and Citizens United went through the Supreme Court. So that's the problem. The Supreme Court was corrupt, especially Scalia. Scalia made the final decision on it, but he's corrupt. Scalia shouldn't have been on the Heller versus DC in 2008 because he's taking money from the NRA. Matter of fact, he died on an NRA hunting trip. That's how corrupt he was.
It's the sound. Hold on.
Getting rid of that.
My fault, Fries. Tell me, is it Fryer's sound that's bad, or is it mine? I think it's mine. Is it mine or Fryer's sound?
Can you guys hear me or not?
Is your phone away from the receiver?
Me? It's right by my mouth. I have like a little mouthpiece. If you can't hear me, I can try another way.
Yeah,
Is it working or not?
It was working good at first, man. Something changed. I don't know what that is. But try to change it and see what it does. But then I'm gonna just give you the floor, man, because you're making some
What
good
about
points.
now? Can you hear me now? Is this any better?
No, I think it was better before, man. I think it was better before. He's just saying y'all volume low. That must mean all of ours. All right, so let me turn it up a little on my side. Your phone is going through my mic, so go for it.
Okay, so is this better? Back to where I was before?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Hello? 1, 2.
Yeah.
All right, so Citizens United, so we need a president who's going to help Citizens United be on a ballot. It needs to be on a national ballot so the people can vote it out. So yeah, campaign reform is a very important piece. But AIPAC, so the reason why Obama fell out with AIPAC was because he didn't do. Obama did that thing with Iran on his second term. It would not have worked in his first term because they would have voted him out, just like they did George Bush Sr. Right? So with that in mind, for example, Bernie Sanders doesn't take money from AIPAC, but Bernie Sanders takes money from J Street. You see, and J Street's a little different. The best way to describe it is if you look at what happened with Zoran Mamdani, that's the path for the future. Zoran says, I'm not taking money from J Street, from AIPAC, from anybody. I'm not going to visit there. And I think this is what people want to see. In a sense, Hamas won with that conflict because the mask is off for Israel and no one's falling for it anymore. If you have any association whatsoever with Zionism, it's going to be a problem. Now, let me give you something. Are you familiar with Nutria Carter? This is spelled Neturie Carta, Carta.
I'm gonna pull it up.
With them?
No, go ahead. I'm gonna pull it up while we listen.
Pull them up real quick.
Yeah.
Nutria Carter is an anti-Zionist Jewish movement out of New York, and I love these men. They're the ones who talk about how Jews are supposed to live in the diaspora. Hashem has not called us back to Israel. So if you're trying to just go back and start this kingdom, this is not the will of Hashem. This is the will of men. And Nutria Carta are actual like those are Orthodox.
How do you spell them again?
Men.
How do you spell it again? Sorry.
I think it's either it could be Neturie and then Carta Karta.
Okay,
And then type in anti-Zionist Jews.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So put that up in the chat and see it, and just look up these guys. And so these are the guys. I love these men. I met them at in 2016 at the DNC convention outside of Roosevelt Park when they were people out there protesting Hillary Clinton, but out there supporting Bernie. And so they show the path forward, and that's what people need. Like these are the guys that in New York they help support Zoran Mamdani. And I mean, he had a lot of Jewish leaders that are supporting him. So they have to make this to be anti-Semitic, and they conflate anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. And as long as they can do that, they're going to win every time. So this is what we have to fight against. Like I am very much opposed to anti-Semitism. All right, and there's no place for it in our country. But on the other hand, though, to call all Jews Zionists is like calling every American MAGA.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean.
And it's just not. MAGA has the exact same MAGA has the exact same platform as Zionism. To me, I call that blue MAGA. Like Trump said, make Israel great again. That's what it's all about. And it has a couple of dynamics. One is Israel can do no wrong. Two, we're going to fund them no matter what. And three, Netanyahu has to be pardoned.
Right.
And I'm against all of those. Against all those. Netanyahu has to go to The Hague. Right? Israel can't be given any more weapons that are offensive. And they need new leadership because they're suppressing the boast there like we're trying to do it here.
I hear you. That's true.
Yeah.
I think for me. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'll say so all this ties together, and people have to look at it. And in our next election cycle, that's what they're going to be looking at. So, are you following the Senate race in Austin or in Texas for Senate? It's going to be Crockett and what's the guy's name? I forget the pastor's name.
And the pastor, he's also got some. They both seem like they're okay, but I haven't been following it day to day. No, but I know that's the big election coming for the Senate seat.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah, go ahead.
It's her problem, and hers isn't a real problem. Early on, she defended Bitcoin, and they didn't pay her in cash; they paid her in Bitcoin, which she kept. So she has like 30 or 40 Bitcoin, maybe even more, like maybe 100 Bitcoin. All right, but she did that in payment because she was defending them in court. They were trying to get some rights for Bitcoin miners. Okay, so that's the dirty laundry that they want to fling at her. That's her worst thing that she did, which is actually a good thing.
100 Bitcoin, just 100.
Yeah. Yeah, because she did it a while ago. 100 Bitcoin is worth $10 million right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. So $10 billion. Yeah, I got it. 10 million or billion?
10 million.
Okay.
They're worth it's up to $100,000. It's like 70,000 now, but it's actually about $100,000 times 10 is I'm sorry, is that right? Did I get that right? Maybe I didn't. That's only some million. She has 100 is $10 million.
But it's significant. It's a significant amount. Yeah. We just say that significant.
Now on the other hand, he has a problem because he took money from Marian Adelson. Do you know who Marian Adelson is?
Yeah. She took money from her. Okay.
Yeah, that's who he took money from.
Oh, okay.
Because he's working with her on a gambling thing where he's trying to bring casinos to Texas. Now, if you bring casinos to Texas, that takes money away from the indigenous people in Oklahoma, the Indian reservations there. That takes away their money, and you're going to be giving it to Marian Adelson, who is basically the person that gave Trump $100 million so that he would turn the West Bank over to Israel.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Basically, there's a big door open in American politics that Israel has always participated in. You could say, right? Yeah. And which is why I don't try to use my only issue about was the term Zionism. My only issue is like I think people get confused in it, and so I never put my foot down on it to say that I don't use the term Zionist. What I prefer to do is just point out the things that are being funded through their PACs. You know what I mean? Because you see what I mean? Because I think a lot of people don't even follow the term Zionist. You see what I mean? I think when they hear it, they hear something that's like they hear something like you said that's close to anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? When they hear it. Now, don't get me wrong, because there's a lot of I don't agree. I agree with you too. Like Semites are not just Jewish people. Come on, man, out of Israel, get out of here. You know what I mean? And anti-Semitic is a new term. It's been founded in the 40s, right? So we know pretty much on the international level, we know that there's something baked in there. Muslims are also Semites, basically, right? You can, but they're not included in that, right? And they're cousins, they're brothers and sisters too, they are, even though there's a lot of disinformation. You hear disinformation from both sides, essentially. You get like information that will say they're not blood related. But I talk to many Palestinians, and many Palestinians have families that are in Israel. They got them on both sides, married,
And a lot of them have more, like they stopped testing in Israel for DNA because they found a lot of the Palestinians were indigenous to there. The Christian Palestinians who had been there for forever have more Semitic DNA than the Ashkenazis who were just moving there from Europe.
Right, but then
as low as 5%.
But then you hear the disinformation on the other side that says none of the Jewish people are from that area. And that's like, what are you talking about, man? A lot of the Jewish people, their bloodline also, it comes from that region right there, and also North Africa. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like so it's not as simple as one or the other, right? Is what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, well, you have to follow the history. Like for me, Zionism used to be a positive word for Americans, because Zionism meant that you supported the right for Israel to have their own state. Okay,
right? I got you.
The more that you did, that's what it meant at one time, and it was clear to my mind by a Jewish rabbi, and he said very clearly that like that's not like we believe that the Mashiach will return soon, and that you can't be a Zionist and believe in the Mashiach. And that blew my mind. I said, whoa, I don't understand. And so he explained to me that the Jewish state that they believe in will come from Hashem. When the Mashiach returns, that he'll establish the state. Now, he can establish the state if it's already been established. So that's not the state that he's going to establish. And a lot of these Christian Zionists, they know that. So what they want to do is Jesus to come back and to kill these people
and so
and to turn it over to them.
And that's where I get you. I understand. And that's why we shouldn't care. We should stay out of the religious, right? We should just talk about human rights and civil rights, right? Basically. I'm not saying you shouldn't use the term Zion. I'm not saying that. I just mean in general, as an American, we just need to focus on are people upholding human and civil rights, or are they not? So we shouldn't be attached to anything that's not, right?
Well, my take on it is this: when you're arguing with a Christian nationalist, and they talk about Israel, just say, do it like this, okay? Imagine I'm an atheist. Explain this to me as an atheist without using the Bible, like why Israel has the right to the land. And they have no argument. Their argument ends.
Right, because there shouldn't be settlements being built, more settlements, and they should have stopped. They violated this thing about the settlements a long time ago. So, I mean, and it shouldn't matter who's doing it. It shouldn't matter if it's a Jew or anybody, and but I'm glad you said that. But look, I'm going to let you close that point out, and then I'm going to ask you about one other thing. Go ahead. Yeah, continue.
That's all I can say about it. So for me at least, like Mike Huckabee and these guys, like if you understand what they're saying, it's horrible because they're looking out for the Zionists now, but their hope from the Bible is that Jesus will come and he'll kill them all.
I got you.
So
I got you.
I just think it's very, very twisted. So I prefer to listen to like people like the group I just talked about and other like Jewish leaders who are in the diaspora, who are living in the diaspora, who said Hashem put us in the diaspora and only Hashem can bring us out. And that's who I support. And like Zoran Mamdani does, we need to keep these things separate. If we believe in separation of church and state, keep the Bible out of your politics.
Yeah.
And once you do that, there's no such thing as supporting Israel, a state of Israel, according to the Bible, according to logic. That's my way to end it.
Well, I agree with that. I'm not into the religious part of it. I think it's too much because look, no one is going to. First of all, when you're interpreting religion, that's a whole nother lane, right? But that's not our job. Our job is, we need to know about the human and civil rights implications, what's going on, and security implications. That's it. Outside of that, we have those concerns around the world. It shouldn't be explicit to one group of people we're dealing with. It's an issue we need to have with everybody. What are the human and civil rights implications and security issues concerned? Those should be major factors. And when we're getting it wrong, we're just getting it wrong, and it needs to be addressed. And I think it's hard because when you have Jewish Americans and you got Palestinian Americans, and they tap into something else that's even deeper, another aspect to the conflict, right? Then they get into the religion, they get into being neighbors, they get into some aspects a lot of Americans can't understand. But I think all Americans should be able to understand that keep taking more Palestinian land is wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's just wrong. It can't be right for any reason. It can only be wrong. And that we do, if we're going to be giving weapons to Israel, we need to put constraints on how they're used. We have the right. It's our tax dollars paying for it. It's just that simple. Or giving money to anybody, or giving weapons and support to anybody. There needs to be constraints. And if the constraints aren't there, then it's just an abuse of us. As taxpayers, and but let me ask you this one. There's one other thing. And thanks for popping up again too. I appreciate that for us. Am I saying your name right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay, man. Now I thought there was another thing. Pull back now. Let's zoom out of Israel and Palestine, right? And there's one other thing that I thought has just been very strange in this last election cycle. How many people don't see the situation of Russia invading Ukraine as the same as Israel taking more land from Palestine? Like, for me, I see it as the same thing. But I see proponents on both sides that seem to flip-flop. Like, on one hand, a person could be anti-Israeli and pro-Russia. And then a person could be, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, how can you support it in one place and not support it in the other?
So I'll address that. So just to be clear, my name is Steve, but my nickname is Fryer.
Oh, it's up to
Fryer.
it's up to you, man.
So my thing is.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, so just stick with fire. Stick with fires. It makes it easy.
Yeah.
And so let me address that.
Yeah.
I have friends that like left-leaning friends who fell for the Russian propaganda, which came in really hard back when the war first started.
Okay.
One of them, her name is Isabel Forella. She has a buddy, and they do a podcast together called the Convo Couch. Okay, they got so wrapped up, like she's in Moscow now, working out of the Kremlin doing podcasting.
What?
Okay, that's how deep they. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And her buddy and her friend, like her friend, his name is Pasta. We call him Pasta. I mean, he's basically an operative. These guys, they brought actual Russian operatives on their show. And they got caught up in it. Just like, do you know what Tim Pool did the same thing? Tim Pool was taking $100,000 per episode to run Russian propaganda. So they all get caught up in that, and they see a lot of it. So my thing is, everything you're saying is spot on. Like and I get in arguments with guys that are like on both sides of this, where they're like, there should be an ICC warrant for ICC warrant for Netanyahu. I go, well, there's also an ICC warrant for Vladimir Putin. What about him? Oh no, that wasn't their fault. They were taking his land. NATO was stealing his land.
Right.
And they buy into all this crazy propaganda. But let's just compare the two. Netanyahu, or first Vladimir Putin, kidnapped 20,000 kids from Crimea. Okay. On the other hand, Netanyahu killed 20,000 children plus in Gaza. Okay. Both war criminals. Vladimir Putin is stealing land that didn't belong to him in Crimea. Netanyahu is trying to steal land in Gaza that doesn't belong to them. So everything is identical, just like you said. And so if you're not on the same side of that, then somewhere along the line, someone has gotten you,
confused,
propagandized.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's Russian propaganda. Russian propaganda is what did it. It came first to support the war, and a lot on the left and almost the entire right sucked it up like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson went to Russia, took $1 million from Vladimir Putin to do a podcast and do an interview with him.
Yeah, right? Exactly. And that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Tim Pool did the same thing. All those guys, there was a whole list of them that, so the entire thing is compromised. If you study it, who else went there? So Tesla, Elon Musk, he took money from Russia. He was talking to Russia in between Russia, Vladimir Putin and Trump. Number one, JFK Jr., probably RFK Jr., he also took money from them. They have in his campaign, dark money, and then he talked to them too. Tulsi Gabbard, they call her our darling, okay, because she's been talking to Russian operatives too. And Wickoff is part of that same crew. So all these people got sucked in, and they're part of the Russian intelligence services.
Yeah, they're crazy, man.
The Biden administration. Yeah, so Biden administration was trying to warn people, but these guys are not just in power now. Like Elon Musk gave a bunch of intelligence, a bunch of information to the Russians when he went through the social security accounts.
Yep.
So
exactly.
all this has already happened, and on the other hand, we now know that through the Epstein files, that Donald Trump has been compromised by Mossad.
Everybody.
We know that Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump took $200,000 from Marion Adelson. And another $100,000 from AIPAC.
Yeah.
So they own Trump, but the thing about it, the problem is his base will die on the Hill for this, and they have a hard time accepting the fact that he's been compromised. But yeah, you're right. There is this thing where they go back and forth, but it's because they each receive a different amount of false information that they believe.
Right.
Some think Russia is a bad guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's like they will use this thing. They brought up the thing about Zelensky being a Jew. It's like, how can you? First of all, we know the KKK in America hates fucking Jews and Muslims. We know that. That's what America has been. That's the history of America. So we don't need to be confused about it. But for some reason in this politic, all of a sudden it's like they can't figure out, do they hate Jews or do they love Jews? Are they going to defend Israel or are they going to hate Jews in Ukraine? Which one is it? Not saying that it matters if Zelensky's a Jew. It doesn't matter because they got different people there with different backgrounds in Ukraine, So it's just like they use this stuff so cheaply to gain points, and it's getting people fucking killed, man. It's like getting people slaughtered. And I'm not just talking about Ukraine, also in Palestine, in Israel. It's not helping. Netanyahu's not helping Israel. He's fucking, they lost any respect and support that people have. He has fucked that all up, It's like, and so did that help Jews in Israel? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think so, man. I think it's caused some future damage, but in any case, Fries, man, it's good to have you up. And you know what? Thanks for listening to my podcast too. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me say one more thing about the last thing. So as far as Netanyahu goes, what's coming out that they're suppressing is there's a high chance that Netanyahu was well aware of October 7th, and he let it go. Like Donald Trump, he needed it because he was going to go to jail. He was on trial. Now, Biden brought back 150 hostages, right? Trump brought back 20. But how was the narrative? Like, Netanyahu went to Mar-a-Lago in July 2024, and Trump told him, don't end the war. Now, Trump should be charged for that right there alone. That should have been a crime, right? But he got away with it, and now Trump is taking full credit for ending the war and for bringing the hostages back. But if you hear what he says, he goes, I brought back the last 20 hostages, but Biden brought back 150.
Yeah, and they don't talk about it. It's just crazy, man.
No.
Like, yeah.
And on the last thing, on the other hand, Zelensky, there's a thing called the Budapest Memorandum. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, but loosely. But go ahead. It's a factor in it.
The Budapest Memorandum was, you can look it up. It's the Budapest Memorandum, 1992 or 1993, and the U.S. promised to Ukraine.
Yeah, it's the one they always have. They go back to this when they have a conflict with Russia, and they use it as an excuse and who was promised what if they, Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing about it, when there was Bush was in office, he was writing it up. It was going to be a guarantee, all right, in the Budapest Memorandum. But they wanted to have an incentive for them to join NATO, so they made an insurance, all right. But the insurance was under, and then Clinton took it over, and he said, I assure you, if there's a problem, that we're going to intervene. And what happened was 2014, Obama, when they invaded, he should have given them back the nuclear weapons because they took the nuclear weapons in exchange for an assurance that they wouldn't need them.
Right.
And Obama should have given back the nuclear weapons, or we should have sent troops down there, and he didn't do that.
Right.
And then by the time the war broke out, this is the whole thing. So there was the Russian-Ukraine friendship agreement treaty. So these things were all violated, and no one talks about this, or no one looks at the Ukrainian constitution, which says we don't want U.S. forces on our questions any forces on our soil,
right?
Because the Russians were supposed to be out there in 2017,
right?
So that's what this is all about, and we didn't do it. Like, Biden didn't do enough to help them out. That's my problem. I'm sure that Harris would have done way better, but. Yeah, it is what it is right now.
I know what you mean. I agree with your assessment too. By the way, yeah, man, it's people we need to have these conversations, or not just conversations, but the information needs to be put out there. Not just conversations where everything is being part of the dialogue, not leaving out bits and pieces that may matter, because a lot of us we hold into these positions, and like you said, even MAGA, they held in this position. And now, even if they realize they were wrong, some of them just won't hop out of it because they're just too hunkered down in defending a position that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, you have to be willing to take, if there's things that you didn't know, you need to be willing to take them into account now. And also, I'm not a Palestinian. I'm not an Israeli. I'm not a Ukrainian. So I don't need to hunker down on one side. I need to just look at what's going on and try to figure out what the hell is really happening, and then make a decision and be informed. Because it's that's the best that we can do. But I do have a respect for what Palestinians are going through, because obviously it's not just it's obvious that there's just been something that's gone terribly wrong for too long a period of time. I've often talked about, like, when there's more factors than just Palestinians going on and with this war. You know what I mean? Like a lot of things get put on them. They have to bear the brunt for anything that happens. So like when you saw the thing about Hamas going in Israel, right? And then also you brought up Netanyahu knowing about it, right? There's different factors that the average Palestinian doesn't really want to have much to do with. They just want peace in their country back and to have a country that functions. But then you have the military arms of both groups of people, right? Then you have foreign influences, right? Who have their, some people don't want the U.S. there at all and therefore don't want Israel there, right? They perceive that as American. And then there's other people that want Israel there. They don't care what they're doing to the Palestinians. It's about fighting Iran. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a hot mess, man.
Hezbollah, for example, Hezbollah only targets soldiers, and Hamas and the 1,000 people that they killed, Hamas killed 750 military personnel and about 250 civilians. Okay, and the same thing with their kidnapping. They mainly went after military targets, right? Where Israel didn't even, like, there's 30,000 Hamas soldiers. They killed 300,000 people.
Exactly.
So that's not targeting Hamas, and that's the big difference between the two of them.
Yeah, there's no comparison in terms of targeting civilians. No. And that's the same thing that Russia has done in Ukraine, like target fucking civilians and your civilians. It's like, and nobody can be on board with that. That's got to be just wrong, period, But yo, got you, Fries, man. Appreciate you hopping up. I'm sure we're going to talk again, man. I appreciate that.
I'm going to go back in the chat.
Yeah, okay, bro.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, appreciate you. Peace. Yeah, it's good to have people finally hop up. I want to thank everybody. Let me get this mic straight again because I had to change it a little bit to make sure everybody could hear. And maybe I'm going to reset my system because I can see something changed when I turned on WhatsApp. Something changed. The audio changed, I think. Or was it Discord? It changed at one point. But I'm going to fix that. Listen, I appreciate everybody who came out to listen today. As usual, we're going to have I got a good program because I got a lot of great listeners. And I have a lot of people that participate in the chat. And now I get a chance to have people come up and offer their expertise because, I don't know every goddamn thing. And who would? What person does? But you need to be able to have dialogue with people in real time that can bring up things and remind you of stuff. And when you hear people's voices, it makes it much easier. You know what I mean? Because you can hear how they're speaking to you and, then you can have a real conversation. And we all know the trolls don't want that. The trolls don't want that. The people that benefit from war and conflict and death don't want that. The billionaires don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want that, And so I appreciate everybody for being along on the journey with me for that. So, and everybody that hopped up, everybody in the chat and the listeners. So on that note, I'm going to chime out for today. It's been like 3 hours. Yeah, it's been 3 hours, but I'm going to be back same time tomorrow morning, right? Or tomorrow night if you're in the U.S., the late night stroll. That's between 1, depending on where you are in the U.S., 1 and 3 a.m. I'll be starting the programming, right? And over here, that will be about 9 a.m. Eastern European time. So to make it easy for everybody, you can look it up. It will be close to 9 Central European time, 9 in the morning, Central European time. That's 0900. And that will be 03 on the East Coast in America, 0300 America Eastern Standard Time, right? And that will be between 12 and 0100 Pacific time to everybody in America, So I appreciate you all. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, everybody who's been supporting me too. Now we can take the conversation further and hopefully bridge some of the gaps in the thinking for our voters, for Americans, also people that enjoy the part of the world that we live in. Is it perfect? No. Has it always been perfect? No, it's never been perfect for everybody. But can we make it better? Can we make it perfect? Are there things that we love about our society? Yes, there are things. There are things we want to preserve about our society. And so hopefully the conversation helps bring that about. So on that note, I'm out, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Have a good day. 1. and impeach Trump. And impeach the whole goddamn administration, y'all. Let's get them out of there. Love.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, style. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Or pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. Your mind state, not balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers. They more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep to me just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. crying babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song.
They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison.
They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want